Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Suraj Gupta, have you joined?
Yes, yes. Good afternoon. I have joined, sir.
Thank you, sir. Can you share your PPT so we can, before starting, we can check it's all right or some problem is coming or not? Can you check?
Okay, okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's visible. It's
Full
visible.
screen?
Now, not full screen. It's coming, but not full screen.
No full screen. Now?
No, sir. Sidebar is coming, not full screen. You can it's showing, but not full screen, sir.
Okay, let me share the
PPT.
whole entire window, entire session. Now? Is it
Um,
full screen?
PPT is coming. Yes, 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 yes. Now it's coming full screen, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Um, give us
Slides
two
are
minutes.
changing, right?
Yes, yes, yes. It's changing. It's fine. It's working
Okay.
fine, sir. Within 2 minutes, we'll start 2 p.m. sharp, sir.
Okay,
Kindly wait
okay.
2 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So, very good afternoon, everyone, and a warm welcome to the final day of Green Horizon. We are grateful for your active involvement throughout this FDP, and we now proceed to the last day of this FDP. I am Sabyasachi Mukherjee, and with me is Mr. Rahul Das. We are the host of this event. So, coming to this current session, we are having we welcome Dr. Suraj Gupta, Assistant Professor of Electric Engineering Department, NIT Meghalaya, who will speak on reinventing hydropower, sustainable and climate resilient innovation in small and distributed hydro energy system. So let me introduce our speaker. Dr. Gupta received his BTech in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Uttar Pradesh Technical University in 2013. He earned his MTech in Electrical and Electronics Engineering from NIT Mizoram in 2018, where he was awarded the Governor's Gold Medal. He completed his PhD in 2023 at NIT Mizoram with research on control strategies and performance optimization of active magnetic bearing systems. His research interest includes active magnetic bearing, optimization techniques, renewable energy integration, and intelligent control system. He has published in IEEE, IET, Springer journals, authored books, chapters, and presented at multiple IEEE conferences. He has filed 2 patents. His work advances smart control system and sustainable technologies. Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Sir, now you can continue with your presentation, and the stage is yours, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. So, good afternoon, everyone, again. Let me share the screen.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Is it okay?
Yes, sir. It's fine.
Okay,
Thank you.
fine. Okay. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, again, and welcome all to the session 11 of this FDP, which is reinventing hydropower, sustainable and climate resilient innovation in small and distributed hydro energy system. So we will start with the introduction. Hydropower is one of the oldest and most mature renewable energy technologies, and its core, the principle is simple. Water in motion carries kinetic and potential energy which can be converted into electricity. The process began with water stored at a high elevation, either in the natural reservoir or behind a dam. When released, the water flow through a penstock where gravitational potential energy is converted into kinetic energy. This energy then drives the turbine blades and rotates the generator, which will generate the electricity which we use. In this whole process, the role of this control system is to ensure stability and safety to provide the optimized output to the users. The dam and reservoir not only store water but also regulates flow for both electricity generation and flood management. The penstock channels the water with minimum losses, while turbines like we have impulse and reaction turbine, which we have for the Francis, Kaplan, Pelton, Bulb, depending on head and flow condition, are selected based on site-specific requirement. The generation coupled with excitation and control systems stabilize voltage and frequency before power enters the grid. Hydropower is not merely about generating electricity. It represents a synergy of civil, mechanical, and electrical engineering. Each component is designed to withstand extreme environmental stresses and deliver efficiency over decades of operation. This introduction set the stage for understanding hydropower. Now we'll go to the why hydropower still matters in the era where we solar and wind is what I say rapidly growing. Why hydropower still matters? So hydropower continues to play a critical role in the global energy landscape for several reasons. There are various reasons on which it is useful. First one is largest renewable electricity source. Like 14% of global electricity comes from hydropower. And if I say in terms of overall renewable energy sources, 60% of the overall renewable energy sources, 60% is what I say carried by the hydropower system. So, unlike renewables such as solar and wind, hydropower offers dispatchable and firm capacity, meaning it can operate consistently regardless of time of day or weather condition. This ability allows hydropower to balance fluctuation from other renewable sources, ensuring grid stability. The reliability and dispatchability of this hydropower system is too good as compared to other. It supports grid stability. If I say grid stability means all the power system components come here, like frequency control, spinning reverse, peak load management. All will be efficiently done with the help of this hydropower system. From an environmental perspective, hydropower plants exhibit one of the lowest life cycle carbon emission per unit of electricity generated, and their lifespan is like 50 to 100 years with proper maintenance. With proper maintenance, of course, maintenance is required to give them a long life period. And if I say socio-economic benefits are equally vital, hydropower projects often support irrigation, flood control, and water supply management. They generate rural employment during construction and maintenance while simultaneously enhancing regional infrastructure. Distributed hydropower project also enables rural electrification and microgrid developments, reducing dependency on fossil-based decentralized system. So as we see from this data which have been published by the World Hydropower Outlook in World Hydropower Outlook 2025 by International Hydropower Association, one of the association which look after the hydropower generation all over the world. So here we can observe like the installed hydropower capacity, which include PSH is 1,443 gigawatt, and 14% of total electricity generation is done by still is in these are the real data, like the data which I have collected from this Outlook, their magazine is there. So 14% of total electric generation is done by the hydropower system. And here, like 19% of potential energy is converted into electrical energy. And if the same amount of power is generated by using the conventional power generation techniques, like there will be 2.2 billion tons of CO2 will be there. So it is indirectly with the help of by helping power generation, it is also what I say, maintaining the environment. Like this is the beauty of hydropower system. So this hydropower ensures grid resilience in regions undergoing rapid renewable integration. For instance, while solar and wind output varies due to weather condition, hydropower smooths the volatility by supplying firm power during low renewable output periods. Pump storage hydropower, which is our PSH, pump storage hydropower, a subset of hydropower system, play a particular strategic role in stabilizing grids with high renewable penetration. It is also essential to note the climate adaptation requirement. As I said, hydropower project, especially when distributed and community based, supports flood mitigation, irrigation system, and drought resilience. For developing economics such like ours, these multi-purpose benefits are as valuable as electricity itself. Moreover, in terms of job socio-economic outcomes, they are creating 2.3 million direct jobs, and these jobs are not like global. These jobs are more suitable where the hydropower plant is situated. So these are the data. If we look at the data more thoroughly, we come to know the ongoing global energy transition is primarily driven by the urgency to reduce fossil fuel dependency and net zero emission targets by 2050. While solar and wind are scaling rapidly, their dependency on weather makes them variable. Consequently, modern power system need a reliable, flexible renewable source that can complement variability. Hydropower is uniquely positioned to fill this gap. Currently, hydropower provides around, like I said, 14% of global electricity and nearly 60% of renewable electricity generation. Its strategic advantage lie in offering both generation and storage. Pump storage hydropowers account for like 170, greater than 170 gigawatt of capacity worldwide, make it the largest energy storage technology in operation today. Next, global energy transition and role of hydropower. The figure shown in this slide derived from the outlook, the what hydropower outlook provided by HA, shows the installed hydropower capacity and its contribution globally throughout the world. Here we can observe the data highlights how hydropower has not only retained its share but also steadily expanded absolute terms. A key feature of this capacity expansion is the dominance of pump storage system. As we implemented pump storage system, the installment capacity of and the hydropower generation capacity have been increased drastically. For very best example, we have this where the big red circle, which is East Asia and Pacific, we have 577 gigawatt hydropower capacity. In this region of the world, the most of the generation have been done by the China alone itself, and there they use and among them the most of the power is generated by the pump storage hydropower generation. And another important observation from global trends is that hydropower is increasingly being integrated into hybrid renewable systems. Countries with ambitious renewable targets are pairing hydropower with solar and wind to create flexible generation portfolios. This ensures that hydropower complements variable renewable energy instead of competing with it. From a policy perspective, international agency like big international countries which we have here, here in the North and Central America, and this year South America, then Europe, we have big countries like Paris, England, and all, and then Africa, and in South and Central Asia we have India, all the SAARC nations, and East Asia and Pacific we have the major countries, China, biggest country by population. So they are they are working on this area to generate more hydropower using PSH or any other micro mini classification of hydropower generations. So this is a current global station where we can see that the North and Central America have generated almost 637 terawatt of power using this hydropower generation. And similarly, South America is 725. Here, the most dominant is on the East Asia and Pacific, where the generation of by hydropower is 2024 is 1,804 terawatt hour. And if I combine all of this in 2024, worldwide hydropower generation reached 4,578 terawatt hours, which represent a nearly 10% increase compared to 2023. This growth was driven by new capacity addition, favorable hydrological condition in certain regions, and strong policy support in emerging markets. Hydropower global electricity share in 2024 stood at 14.3, almost 14%, highlighting its continued relevance as a single largest contributor among renewable technologies. Although solar, PV, and wind are experiencing faster annual growth rates, hydropower remains the backbone of renewable baseload supply. The year 2024 also saw the commissioning of around 24.6 gigawatt of new hydropower system. If I say like the second point, capacity added in 2024, like in the North and South America, Central America, it is 541 megawatt. Then 306, 544. Coming cumulatively, it is 24.6 gigawatts of a new hydropower capacity, of which 16.2 gigawatt came from conventional hydropower project and 8.4 gigawatt uh, from pumped storage hydropower, which is our PSH. The total installed global capacity by the end of 2024 was about 1,450 gigawatt, which is nearly 189 gigawatt dedicated to pumped storage generation. So this data highlights two important trends. First, while conventional large hydropower continues to expand, there is a strong push toward pumped storage hydropower, driven by increasing need for flexible long duration storage. Second, hydropower projects are being concentrated in regions with strong demand growth, particularly Asia and Latin America, while advanced economies are focusing on modernization and refurbishment of existing fleets. This is the current status again globally, which is summarized here. So here we can see the metric and metrics of the growth. Like this slide summarizes like how metric of global hydropower development as of 2024 and 2025. The most notable figure here is the total electricity generated by the hydropower, which reached approximately 4,578 terawatt hour in 2024, which is an increment over 10% as compared to the last year. Hydropower share in global electricity generation is like 14.3 in 2024, and new capacity added 24.6 gigawatt. Out of this, 16.2 is from conventional hydropower, the very large hydropower which like dams and all, and 8.4 gigawatt pump storage from pump storage hydropower (PSH). The total global hydropower capacity till 2024 on around like 1,450 gigawatt, and pump storage capacity by the end of 2024 is 189 gigawatt globally by end of 2024. So the increment is like listed here in form of percentage, which have been, these all data have been taken by the International Hydropower Association. So these are the 40 list of the all the 45 countries which have where the capacity is added in 2024. And here we can see that the dominating one is the China, where the capacity have been increased capacity in 2000 added capacity in 2024 is 14,410 megawatts. Among them, the conventional, they have used conventional like 6,660 megawatt from conventional hydropower generation, and pumped storage hydropower is 7,750. So these are the trends that we have followed, and here we can see that the top 10 countries by new installed capacity in 2024. Again, China is the leading one, and up followed by what I say, Tanzania and Bhutan. So countries which are still like developing countries or the underdeveloping countries, they are working towards it to generate more power to fulfill the all the energy requirement that their country have. In order to implement like hydropower, one of the best renewable renewable energy sources, they are implementing it to find it like generate more power as they can. And here we can see that the trend of the whole electricity generation. We are moving from fossil fuel to we are moving from the conventional energy generation to the renewable energy. And if this trend is the push for climate resilient and ecology sustainability, It's not only show the power generation, but showing that yes, we care about our environment and ecology substance which we have. Modern project increase and the modern project which have implemented here, it will incorporate ecological flow release like fresh friendly turbines, sediment management system to comply with environment norms and ensure long-term viability. So together these trends suggest the hydropower is one of the best and the biggest renewable energy generation source. So these are the list of the country which is divided according to the region of the world, where North and Central America, where they listed as top four countries, according to the power generation by their countries. So top in North and Central America, Canada is on top with 360 megawatt, followed by the United States and El Salvador. In South America, we have Ecuador, which have added extra 227 megawatt capacity generated by hydropower. In hydropower, both large and PSH both are combined here. And similarly, in Europe, the top Turkey is with 241 megawatt. In Africa, we have Tanzania with 1,880 megawatt. In South and Central Asia, we have Bhutan, who have added a capacity of 1,138 megawatts. And East Asia and Pacific, we have China, which have 14,410 megawatt capacity added. So, from a geographical perspective, China remains a global leader, adding the largest share for both conventional and hydro PSH. Several Latin American countries, including Brazil and Chile, also contribute significantly, while Africa recorded notable progress in Ethiopia and Angola. In contrast, Europe and North America focus primarily on the refurbishment rather than greenfield addition. This pattern demonstrates the whole pattern which I have seen here, like two important points. First, conventional hydropower expansion is still happening where river basins remain untapped, particularly in Asia and Africa. Second, in mature markets, investment is shifting towards storage-oriented projects, modernization, and digital upgrades. And another critical observation we can make from here is the rise of pumped storage hydropower, with nearly 8.4 gigawatt added PSH, represented more than one third of total new capacity in 2024. This indicates strong recognition of hydropower's role not only as a generation technology but also as a storage solution that complements solar and wind. So this is the capacity growth by overall done by the what I say in 2024, like how much capacity they had, how much they have added in form of pumped storage plant here with straight lines and conventional hydropower. So again, the total power have been added here is 1,443 gigawatt overall the country, overall the world, and the China is again at top. So now current status India, we our country. So India has a long history of hydropower development. And as of 2024-2025, the country's total installed hydropower capacity stands at approximately 52 gigawatt, which include both large and small projects. Of this, about 47 gigawatt is generated from large hydropower plants, which is their 20, which is like their rated capacity, 20, which have the generating power capacity of greater than 25 megawatt. They have generated 47 gigawatt, and while 5 gigawatt is contributed by small hydro projects. Collectively, hydropower accounts for nearly 12% of India's installed power capacity. Around the world, it's 14%, but around India, it's 12% of India's installed power capacity. India operates around like 197 major plants operating across India. Major, the big one, like large hydropower plants, distributed across the state with strong hydrological resources like northern region like Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Uttarakhand, Punjab, and all. These Jammu Kashmir, Arunachal Pradesh. These states benefits from always flowing Himalayan rivers and steep elevation gradients that create ideal hydropower conditions. Small hydropower development is also dispersed with more than 5,000 mini, micro, and small hydro units commissioned across the country. States such as Karnataka, Kerala, and Maharashtra have made significant progress in small and canal-based hydropower scheme. This regional distribution highlights that both opportunity and challenges. On the one hand, India has huge untapped potential, which we'll see in the later slide, like how many gigawatts of hydropower we can generate. Still the capability that we can generate, which is untapped potential, we call it, especially in the northeastern Himalaya belt. On the other hand, project execution in these regions faces hurdles such as difficult terrain, ecological sensitivity, and community acceptance. Hydropower is India is in India is one of in India. Hydropower in India is more than an energy source. It supports irrigation, flood control, and water management, and contributes to regional economical development through infrastructure and employment generation to provide employment to all the generation one by one. So these are the data which I have collected from renewable energy statistics, which have been published by MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources, Government of India. So the very first table, table number 2, shows overall how many power we have generated from year wise from 2014 to 2024 using what I say non-renewable energy sources, and how many power have been generated by renewable energy sources. So the cumulative power, what I say, installed capacities in 2024, we can see that there is a growth. All the time we have a growth. Like here we can see that the thermal is just, for example, if I say 2021 to 2022, 36.11 gigawatt of power have been generated by thermal. 6.7 is by nuclear. Nuclear is almost constant, but in 2023 to 24, it have been increased by. And later in renewable energy, we have a we have hydro, which is hydro have been generated 46.93 gigawatt here, 46.85 gigawatt, and renewable energy sources is 125.6. And later the 125.6 here in this table number 2 is further what is distributed among all the renewable energy sources, like small hydropower in table number 3. It have been distributed like a small hydropower, how much capacity have been generated by, in just suppose for example 2022 to 23, if I take total generated capacity is by renewable energy sources is 125.16. So here we can see that in 2022 to 23, small hydropower generated 4.94, wind power 42.63, biopower biomass and 10.25, waste to energy 0.55, then solar power is 66.78. Total is 125.16. So what I say, these are the installed capacity year-wise in India in terms of non-renewable and renewable, and the growth we can see the growth is there. We can see like growth reduced initially, now it is increased in 2023 to 2024. And what I say, further we observe the data which have been listed here. So these data are taken from, again I am saying that these data have been taken from the magazine published by the MNRE, which is Renewable Energy Statistics 2023-24. You can go through it and take a look on it. So these are data which have been listed, and further make a bar plot and show how much share percentage of what I say hydropower and each renewable and non-renewable energy sources in terms of how many shares they present in overall the total power. So in terms of absolute capacity, hydropower remains the second largest contributor to India's renewable mix after solar. So we can take a look at in terms of renewable energy. So first one is wind power. Here the major one is wind power on of 2015, and for the latest data which is listed here 31st March 2024, the solar is of 81.81 gigawatt with a share of 56.9% of total renewable energy generation. So solar have been increased drastically over this past decades. Like we can see the increment graph of solar, like how does it increase, like after 2020, from year 2016 to 17 there is a steep increment, and after 2020 to 2021 again there is a steep increment till 2023 to 2024 due to due to the revolution in solar energy generation, and the government agency which is there, which is a NISC, National Institute of Solar, National Institute of Solar Energy. So these institutions which comes under MNRE, they work tirelessly to make this solar, what I say, second largest country, what I said, first largest contributor in the renewable energy sources. And If I see small hydropower, which is 3.48, is still a decrement from the past decades. Like earlier, it was 10.14, but is now degraded to 3.48 percentage. So, so here we can see the graph, like a small hydropower, how much power we are generating for now, and like how what is the percentage growth year wise. So if you take a look at here in the figure number, the very last this one. So okay, this figure, the very first growth percentage versus the year. So we can see that earlier the solar power growth, like here, the growth of, we need to focus on the small hydropower. The growth have been the blue color, have been reducing throughout the line. So yes, it is reducing, but we need to focus on it to increase it as much as it can, because this is the best source for renewable energy sources. And now again, so this slide represents the current status in terms of like region-wise distribution of India. Like if I take north, south, east, northeast, and western. If we divide India into region, like how many power is generated by how much percentage of share they contribute in total electricity generation. So here we can see that the north and northeastern region dominates hydropower capacity, while solar and wind dominates in western and southern states. So we know that coastal regions have more what I say wind velocity, so they are more focused towards wind generation. Gujarat and Rajasthan, they focused on solar power generation because they have that much capability. But states such as this northeastern state, where the solar power is not that much, not easily available, like not always available due to this cloudy nature and monsoon. So they can maybe a great what I say source for generating hydropower energy, like pump storage hydropower kind of thing. So in the northern region, such states such as Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand contribute significantly to the large hydro capacity due to Himalayan rivers. Like they have Punjab has three rivers, and then Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand, they have got the steep flow of river, and that will be useful for generating hydroelectric power. In the northeast state, we have Arunachal Pradesh and Meghalaya possess vast untapped potential, which is still need to find. Like it's untapped potential, we need to discover it. With projects under various stage of planning, however, ecological sensitivity and difficult terrain of execution delay. In southern India, Karnataka, Kerala lead to in small and canal-based hydro. They more focus toward wind generation and often integrated into irrigation system. Maharashtra adopted a hybrid approaches with a small hydro integrated into agriculture and industrial application. So depending upon the state, the resources that we have, they have like wind, solar. They are focusing more toward like renewable energy generation. So next is types of hydropower plants. So let me classify it. It's like known by all most of the time. So if I so how depending upon the installed capacity, the hydropower plants have been classified. Like if I say if the installed capacity is about 25 megawatt, it is a large hydropower plant, and if it is small, then it's come. If it is less than 25 megawatts, it's come under what I say small hydropower plant. And if it is range from 1 kilowatt to 2 megawatt to, it comes under mini. And if it is less than 100 kilowatt, it comes under micro. Then one more special category is distributed hydro, often based on run or river or canal drop system, which have minimal storage and lower environmental impact. These systems are increasingly integrated with solar, PV, wind, and battery storage to form hybrid renewable energy. So the very best example for large hydropower plant is like the dams which we have, Tehri, Bakar Nangal, which are situated in Himachal Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand, and Jammu and Kashmir. And later the small, mini, and micro are what I say is used for for if I say small, it is generally used for rural electrification, decentralized generation, and irrigation support. If I talk about mini, which is reached from 101 kilowatt to 2 megawatt, these are often community owned or privately owned. And if I say micro hydro, so as the capacity is too less, 100 kilowatt is used for a standalone power supply in village or some schools and colleges. School, not colleges. So if we can go with the what I say detailed comparison between large and small, large versus small and distributed hydro system. So we can say that the comparison have been done on various scale like aspects, infrastructure, environmental impact, cost, and time. So we'll go one by one and take a look. So large hydropower projects usually involve massive dams, reservoir, and complex civil work. Their scale enables capacity ranging from hundreds to thousands of megawatts, making them central to national grid supply. They also support pump storage schemes that provide peak and load management, grid balancing. So if I say large, so first the aspect will be if installed capacity, like the installed capacity is greater than 25 megawatt, it will be classified as large hydropower. And if the second term is scale is hundreds of thousands of megawatt power have been generated. Like the, for example, we have Tehri Dam, which is a capability of generate 1,000 megawatt, and again the Bhakar Nangal is 1,300 something. 25 megawatt power generation they can do, but on the other hand, a small and distributed hydropower system, they are like they are limited. They have not that much power generating capability. So if we have a large hydropower plant, we need large dam, reservoir, and heavy civil work to to make it to work properly. And these small and the small and distributed hydropower plants like run or river diversion, low and minimum storage, they don't require that much big space or what I say, uh, big space or that much civil engineering concept. Yeah. Environmental impact, but the thing is like the large hydropower have environmental like a huge environmental impact like biodiversity loss, some emergence impact, was say climate resilience like flood and sometimes drought. So many things are there, but here like low, little no displacement, ecological. This ecological footprint is also less in the small and distribution hydro power plant. Cost and time, though large hydropower will take more time and more money as compared to small grid role. Like again, if it is large generating more power, it is used for the peak load. And the small distributed hydropower need to be, it have to be get hybrid with solar and with other renewable energy system to in order to provide a suitable what I say power output. Resilience, vulnerable to major climate shift, and but more adaptable to variable flows. Socio-economical impact, large scale job during construction, community workshop, and typical use. So use of large hydropower is essential in terms of national grid supply, and small and distributed hydropower is what I say off grid villages, campus industries, mini grids, micro irrigation kind of thing. So apart from their comparison, there are some limitations, certain limitation. That's why the what I say they are focusing more on small and distributed hydropower system. Though we need large scale hydropower generation, but still we are focusing toward more where we can untap the potential, the region the reason where we can get the hydropower in form of a small or a micro or mini hydropower farm, we can move towards it. So the limitations of large scale hydropower plants are like high initial cost, construction of large dam and associated infrastructure requires substantial capital, making financing difficult. The long gestation periods increase financial risks. Environmental impacts like reservoir creation often leads to submergence, deforestation, agriculture, land and wildlife habitat. This alter ecosystems and contributes to biodiversity losses. Displacement of communities. Large hydropower frequently involves resettlement of people, disrupting livelihoods, cultural heritage, and social literature. Ecosystem disruption, regulation of river flow can block fish mitigation routes, reduce aquatic biodiversity, and alter sediment transport, which is essential for farming. Dependency on hydrology, dependency on water availability, seasonal water flow variation, climate change induce droughts, and can reduce generation, impacting plant economies. Sedimentation issues like over time, silt accumulates in reservoir reduces storage capacity and turbine efficiency, requiring costly de-rating and flushing. Like their maintenance is more required. Long construction time, risk of dam failure. So these are the limitations which are associated with the hydropower plants. Though while the new innovations are required in this conventional hydropower plant system, which is indeed the small, mini, and micro hydro plant, and the best one is like uh, renewable plant. So the challenges which we face are here climate resilience challenges. So if I say climate resilience challenges combine all the challenges which we have with the hydropower system, mostly focus on the large hydropower system, which is revenue and instability. Like unpredictable rainfall and stream flow create uncertainty in regeneration, affecting power purchase agreement and financial stability. Second one is low flow, droughts and low flow. Extended dry season reduce river discharge, lowering output power from both large and small plants. Run of river projects. which lack storage and particularly affected. Floods and extreme events, like suddenly heavy rainfall and flash floods, which is going on right now in what I say, Himachal, Uttarakhand, Punjab, and region. Like there are so many, what I say, damage have been done by the floods. The heavy rainfall is there, and the variable rainfall pattern, that is a good thing. Like climate change is altering monsoon cycle in South Asia. The monsoon is play a vital role in India. Like the monsoon is a reason for the, what I say, agriculture in India. The monsoon is a reason for everything in India. Like India is an agriculture based country, so most of the revenue depends on the agriculture. So if the monsoon patterns changes, the rainfall patterns changes, and which lead to the overall disturbance in the whole what I say, agriculture process, and then the what I and hence what I how could I say, and the finance, like stability of our country India. So this hydrological forecasting is mandatory, and we need to forecast better for a monsoon pattern throughout the year. So if I like show you in the very next slide, which is rainfall information. Like the rainfall information took like this, the very first these again, this figure have been taken by Indian Meteorological Department (IMD), which comes under Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India. So they show the monsoon visibility. So this is the right one side figure of map of our India shows the current, like this monsoon season rainfall pattern, and this is the earlier one, like 2 3 years before. So look, the monsoon pattern have been changed. The most the year in the very here in the very first figure, Meghalaya has 3751.5 centimeter millimeter of rain, and here now it has been reduced by where it is minus 59 to minus 20%. The rain pattern have been changed. The monsoon pattern have been changed in this year. Earlier, the Manasaram of Meghalaya state is one of the most what I say, wettest land in the world. I think wettest land in the world. But now it has been shifted to Karnataka. So these are the monsoon pattern, which is so unpredictable in this year, and due to this, you can see like in uh, Rajasthan, the Punjab, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu Kashmir, Uttarakhand, there is flood everywhere. Like yesterday, I was showing news, and there were a loss of crores and crores, infrastructure loss, PW loss, public, what I say, so many people died there. So thing is like the monsoon pattern is unpredictable, and we need a proper what I say to monitor it throughout the year. How does it behave? And nevertheless, like some large hydropower plants or some biological, ecological things are there which are disturbing the monsoon patterns. Later, the climate resilient changes. I will show you. This is not a story of 2025, but earlier in 2022, again, flood and dam failures are there in Telangana, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, Assam, and Kerala. And again, Himachal Pradesh, the landslides are there, the flood is there. Most of the river are at its peak, so flash floods are there, spring rainfalls. In Jammu Kashmir, cloudburst and glacial lake outburst floods have caused sudden surges in river flow, damaging hydro infrastructure. Himachal Pradesh, with several major dams, has witnessed extreme monsoon events leading to flooding, erosion, and sedimentation problems. So the technical risk included here are structural stress, turbine damage, grid disruption. So with this, what is the natural disasters, like various, the whole country get affected. Not only a state, the whole country will get affected sooner or later. And from a socio-economic angle, such event also threaten downstream communities, necessitating robust early warning system and disaster preparedness protocols. So hydropower engineering must now incorporate resilience engineering, including reinforced structure, sedimented bypass system, and flexible operation mode to cope with climate extremes. So these are the climate resilience challenges. So here, August rainfall, if you see, which data I have taken from IMD GUI. So look here, the Delhi have an excess of plus 72% of rainfall, and here in Assam and Meghalaya, which have one of the world's wettest places, the minus 36% efficient in August only, in the month of August. And here the look two tails of India, like how the some states of India are what I say, 3%, what I say, more rainfall are there, and in Meghalaya, Assam, and Bihar, they are less, very less waterfall. It's a condition of dry land is there. Like, so rainfall pattern is changing, and they need to be monitored while implementing in hydropower system. So if we go further now, so to do this, we need some innovation in small and distributed hydropower. Though we cannot, though these are essential things which we need to implement now. So that we can done with first, the very heart of the hydropower generation is the turbines. What is any new turbines like cross flow turbine and bulk turbine? We can move to the, what I say, innovation in a small and distributed hydropower. So Kalpan turbine, like there are two types of turbine, impulse and reaction turbine, and then we have under this category we have further cross Pelton, Kaplan, Francis, cross flow turbine, bulk turbine, stock turbine. So many turbines are there. So we need to modify these turbines, like further implement according to the what I say, the geographical region, according to the ecological diversity, the fish ecology, how to make them like less affected by these dams. They need to pass by the dam, so we need to design in such a way so that they can be unaffected, less affected, not unaffected, less affected by the turbine installation or the hydropower installation there. So Kaplan turbine, Francis cross flow turbine, and bulb turbine are the mostly used in this, let's say, small and distributed hydropower system. Where this bulb turbine, a variant where the generator is placed inside a bulb, where generator is placed inside the bulb, this bulb-shaped casing submerged into the water flow. The casing acts as a nozzle, increasing water velocity and improving conversion efficiency. This design is compact and suitable for low head and high flow sites such as run of river projects. And here cross flow turbine, the very first one is cross flow turbine. It had been designed earlier, but now it is in use. Like the design uses cylindrical runner. Cylindrical runner we have here uh, with multiple curves, vanes, water insert through the nozzle and strike the vanes into passage, ensuring efficient energy transfer. Cross flow turbines are especially suited for low head, high flow sites, common in rural smart hydro projects. So for a head of like just like for a lower head, it can be generate power efficiently. And then we have Kaplan turbine. Kaplan is like famous one. Kaplan and Pelton are the famous turbine in the field of turbine. There's a propeller turbine type turbine where both the wicket gates and the runner blades are adjustable. This dual adjustment allows high efficiency over a wide range of heads, like 10 to 70 meters of head and flow rates. Kaplan turbines are ideal for medium head projects, like where the project head should be like again 10 to 70 meters, and that can generate like where they can generate upon 5 to 200 megawatt of the power. So these turbine innovation allows great deployment flexibility, particularly in distributed hydro system where site conditions vary significantly. So if I say innovation is not only limited to the turbine, but from all the parameters of all the main major component of the hydropower system, like modular structure. If I say so, the the role of prefabricated modular structure is in a small hydropower deployment is like traditional hydro projects requires heavy civil work. Like if we need to make a dam, they require a heavy civil work like dams, penstock, and powerhouse, which are time consuming, costly, and need to be made there only. The dam should be there. But here we're using prefabricated components, canal, penstock, turbine housing, and powerhouses are manufactured off-site in a standardized size design and then enable mass production and scalability. They transfer it to the particular location, the small and distributed power hydropower location, and assemble in there. This will reduce the time and cost. Like on-site construction, like sometimes the site is not feasible to like to reach at all the time and going back and coming back. So if the site is too remote, so this will be a great thing to prefabricate it and bring it there and assemble them. So this will also cut the cable loss and avoiding delays from weather or terrain changes. Installation timelines are often reduced from years to months. Ease of deployment. So prefabricated units are especially used in remote or hill areas where transporting heavy construction, as I said, equipment is difficult. And sustainability angle, if I say from this view, so smaller footprint and reduced excavation result in lower environmental impacts compared to conventional civil work. So next one is digital twin and smart monitoring in hydropower system. So digitalization is a major innovation transforming hydropower operations. This digitalization is, if I say it, is mostly real-time performance tracking. So there are various paper. I have gone through various papers. So I found like I have cited this figure, which is figure number 19. So they have done this for real-time performance tracking. They are continuously monitoring the water flow, turbine vibration, bearing temperature, and generator efficiency, and communicating it through IoT. So modern small hydro plants are increasingly equipped with sensors that monitor key parameters such as water flow, turbine, all the things, and these data points are transmitted to cloud-based platforms or centralized control rooms in real time. So what are the benefits by doing this? So instant alerts. We will get an instant alert as the operator receive immediate warning of abnormal vibrations, overheating, or reduced efficiency. Right? Quick corrective action. Optimize the performance will be more optimized. Continuous monitoring enables operators to fine-tune turbine settings, wicket gate angles, and load dispatch for maximum efficiency. So, and the visibility will be improved. Remote dashboard give plants owner real-time oversight of performance even in geographical isolation. Like with the help of IoT, if it is capable of doing this. If the plant, if they have a small and distributed hydropower plant, is capable of doing this, IoT sensor have been installed there, so it will be easy to do monitor all the parameter of the turbine, how much from minor to the major, all the parameter from generation to the inject of the water to the generation power, all can be look. We can look from a very long distance also. So this digital shift reduce dependency on manual inspection, which are often irregular and subject to human error. Moreover, real-time data perform the basics for more advanced techniques such as predictive maintenance and AI-driven optimization. So by integrating these digital twins with IoT, hydropower plants move from reactive operation to proactive management, okay, improving both reliability and cost efficiency. Then again, predictive maintenance is all we can do with the help of AIML. So predictive maintenance is one of the most impactful application of distillation in hydropower. Traditional maintenance follows fixed schedule, often leading to either unnecessary downtime or unexpected failure. Digital twins combined with AIML algorithms are changing this whole scenario. Like we are getting like failure forecasting. Like with the help, if we have data of the plant, like so we can do the failure forecasting. Like by analyzing the historical sensor data, all that sensor data we have put vibration sensor, temperature, load angle, water flow sensor, current, voltage generated, power generated, power factor. AI model can detect anomalies that indicate wear or impeding failure. For example, abnormal vibration patterns can predict bearing degradation weeks before it's become critical. Early warnings we will get, like operators can alert in advance, enabling planning intervention instead of emergency shutdown. So like unplanned downtime and costly repairs will be, we can get rid of this unplanned downtime and costly repair, extended equipment lifespan. Like by doing predictive maintenance, the maintenance is good going out time to time, and we can get the what I say assume data before the real thing happens. So it will be extend the life of the overall system throughout. So in the very section, digital twins, smart monitoring, hydropower, the remote operation and control, like I said. So I am going through this paper, like paper number this slide paper number 4. So they have done a very good model, like how the operation and maintenance from a remote operation and control we can do using data. They have show a very good chart. So I put it here. So remote operation is becoming a central feature for modern small hydropower system using IoT sensors, SCADA platform. We have so many platforms, cloud-based control desks from Azure cloud and all. Operator can now manage multiple distribution hydro site from a single control center. So the capability of this remote operation control centers, I think we can operate it from turn it on and turn it off from a very remote location, like from the load center, from the head office. Then load control power output can be adjusted dynamically based on sorry based on grid demand or water availability. Fault alerts we will get earlier, like for abnormal vibration and overheating issue. Multi-site monitoring we can do with the help of remote operation control. So the like using AI here, reduced order model with the help of application like optimize decision support and all. They can control we can get so many benefits like risk control, increase expertise, increase efficiency. So next is integrated renewal system. Now this is the main part. This is now trending in nature. Like in all the research and all that they are talking about this. Most of this integrating one or more renewable energy sources. So this hybrid renewable energy systems are a growing trend, right? And this is the now hydro and solar is are now what I say merged with the storage system, battery storage system. So this architecture typically consists of a run of a river or canal drop hydro system combined with a solar. Here we can see like PV array combined with the PVR inverter, wind turbine, all the things have been combined here. But here, run on anyways, this hydropower pump, hydropower is small hydropower is combined with the wind PV array, like all the and to an inverter, which is filling the load demand at the which is filling the load demand here. So this can be here we have two reservoir upper and lower. So if we have excess power, the pump will transfer this lower reservoir water to the upper reservoir, and when the power is required, we will turn on the gates and it will flow through the upper to lower reservoir and it will rotate the turbine and the power will be generated. This is our run of canal or river run of river or canal of hydro system. So using this reservoir, this PHS system, hydropower generation system, integrated with the wind turbine and PV array, we can get the maximum power output, like best power output from the nature only, for renewable energy sources only. So reliable in the terms of what I say control strategies. Like PV array will work when the maximum power, when the sun is at high, during the afternoon, the maximum power point. By using maximum power point tracking, we can get the maximum power output throughout the day. Hydro and BESS, battery energy storage, are dispatched using predictive controllers that can consider solar forecasting and load patterns and battery state of charge. Like it always monitor all the things. For overall this system, a control system will be there which will monitor all the things, how much power we are getting from PV array, how to set the how much power we are getting from wind turbine, how to integrate them. If the power we are getting from PV array it is DC, we need to supply it to AC, which converter we use, and how to turn on and turn off these converter. If we have excess power, how do we store that power that we can use it later whenever it required? So that for that we can use the battery storage system. So these are the systems. So that's only not this only not what I say decrease the dependency on the fossil fuel generated energy, but increase our reliability on the system. Like if we have three sources of electricity, renewable sources of electricity, we are more depend on we are less dependent on the fuel based generation system, the conventional power generation. So if we have more power, we can give it to the grids also, like hybrid plants. There's grid integrated PV array, grid integrated subsystem we have, grid integrated inverters we have in the research. So these are there, like these we can do. So this is the beauty of integrating like a renewable energy system. So this only not quite say increase the power, but deliver. But we need to monitor what I say is deliver. But we need to monitor the reliable output, like forecasting event dispatch, event responses. It's like in certain case of sudden disturbance happen, battery provides sub-second frequencies support, hydro while slower, adjust turbine gates within minutes to store steady energy operation. Like we need to make a combination in such a that we will get the stable output and reliable output. Like sometimes cloudy weather are there, solar is not working, so we should wind is less. So what we should with we have excess power stored in the battery, or the hydropower which we have is capable of delivering that much of power throughout that time. So these kind of things which are going in, like I and the balancing role of hydro. We need to balance the role of the hydro. That is very essential because hydro power does not depend on solar and wind. It is only depend on the water flow of the water flow. It only depend on the kinetic and potential energy of the water. So when nighttime support, hydro is scheduled for evening and night operation when solar is unavailable. So hydro role is important. It is working throughout the day. It doesn't depend on solar and wind. Like wind In terms when the cloudy periods are there, hydro provide longer duration coverage during extended solar deficit, while a battery manage second to minute fluctuation. Like here in northeastern region, here especially in Meghalaya, if you see, we cannot sun is there, but the what I say, the intensity of solar irradiation is less. Like clouds are there all the time, so you will not get sun throughout the year. Sometimes what happen 10 to 15 days you can't see the sun; it's totally clouded all the time. So we cannot depend on sun solar energy all the time for power generation in terms of renewable energy. Though we have conventional power, electricity generation here in Meghalaya state, but it's still like solar energy is less here. But here we have so much what I say, small and minor project that we can implement here. So many what I say waterfalls are there, small what I say. Rivers out there which have a high head like 10 to 15 7 to 10 meters of it. There we can install the micro and mini hydropower to generate electricity irrespective of the solar dependency. And wind dependent is also here like what I say, like 6 mile per hour in July August, which is the highest. So for some wind turbines like horizontal wind turbine, for vertical wind turbine, horizontal wind turbine, this is not even the cut off speed. So hydropower here is, these are untapped potential here which we need to uh, explore, to need to implement. I have a data which I will show you how much gigawatts of untapped potential we have throughout the world, not in India, throughout the world what we have. For doing this, we need application and deployment models also. It's not only should be a concept in theory. We should need to deployment models. How do we do this? Like installed with a ruler mini grid, business models, and what I say, design references, take various references. It's not that we can use the defined turbines only. We can improve the some components of the turbines to make a new turbine which will give the more output as compared to the others. But and before that, and for doing that, we can use a ruler mini grids like in off-grid system, micro hydro cells are the best base load, solar PV extended time availability. By integrating these various hydro, solar, and wind with a storage system, we can implement it to a ruler mini grid system. The rulers area where there is no electricity or the electricity is not that feasible, some street lights and all these things, we can implement it. These are the innovation areas which need to be explored more. And the very main thing that we need to monitor is we need to keep the what I say, the biodiversity of the river, like of the eco-friendly. We need to make the eco-friendly sustainable hydropower. For a sustainable hydropower, we need to design a what I say, turbine which can fish friendly turbines. Not only that, we need to focus on the sediment resilient runners and climate resilient sustainability. We need to focus all those things, but we need to keep the biodiversity of the river. That is very essential because here uh, most of the because here the rivers are full with rich in biodiversity. So if I say like fish friendly turbine, conventional turbine which we have causes injury or to the fish due to the blade impact and pressure changes. Fish friendly turbines such as Archimedes screw type or and other design spatial runner profile that reduce strike probability and allow safe downstream passage. These design that which have been shown here, this is one of the design which I found in the article number 7 here. So they have designed a very good, they have, what I say, very good fish friendly turbine. So look, if you go to the paper, you will come to know how they have designed it. They have uh, give the percentage like it's fish friendly, but it might hurt, but it's not that much uh, lethal to the fish as compared to the conventional turbine which we had. Then again, sediment resilient runner in Himalayan rivers and other sediment rich catchment slits, erosion is a critical challenge. Advanced coating and optimized blade geometry improve resistance to abrasion. These technology extend turbine life and maintain efficiency even in high sediment conditions. Climate resilience and sustainability, incorporating ecological here in the third point, incorporating ecological safeguards such as minimal environmental flow leash flow release and river connectivity solution needs compliance with international sustainability standards. So these feature also enhance community acceptance, and we need to monitor it all the time. Like while designing a small and distributed hydro system, the ultimate goal, the standard should be at the international sustainability standards. So design of variable river flow and sediments loads like this hydropower project must adapt to seasonal flow variability like here some rivers are like seasonal flow. When monsoon is there is water in the river. The water strength is the water speed is more in the river. So we need to design the hydropower project must adapt to seasonal flow variability and sediment challenges, particularly under changing climate condition. As I show you, the monsoon pattern have been changed so much this year. So for doing this, like adaptive design, we need plants are now designed to plants. Sorry, plants are now designed to operate under a wide range of flows. Adjustable turbine configuration or multi-mode operation allow generation during both low and high flow seasons. Sediment management, we need to focus on this. Slit and debris can severely erode turbine components. So solution include this deslating chambers that remove suspended particles before water enters the turbine and sediment resistant turbine coating. We need to put the coating on the plates of the turbine that the sediment not get stuck on it. It should be the sediment get raised by and the turbine resists the sediment to get stuck on it. Reservoir flushing and further technique used to maintain storage capability. Hydrological forecasting use real-time monitoring network using IoT and the real historical data for rainfall and river flow. AI/ML based predictive models for water availability. So these adaptive approaches ensure that hydropower can deliver reliable output even when rainfall patterns become less predictable. It also reduces operational cost by minimizing turbine wear and extending assets lifetime. So climate resilient design approach that we need to focus when we are that we need to focus more when we are going to design a hydro what I say small and distributed hydro system. So the first one is flood and drought resilience strategic in hydropower. What strategy we will use? Like modern dams, we have a slipway capacity enhancement to handle extreme overflow safely. Flexible reservoir operations strategy, reduce peak floods by spreading release over time. Early warning system is very important. Provide downstream communities with alerts, minimize disaster risk. Like if early warning is there, it will be easy to get the place empty by the people because then drought resilience. Like if some state of the India is flooded, then the remaining state will be some of them will be come under droughts. Like there will be less rainfall there. So multi-reservoir coordination across river basin optimize limited water storage during day periods. Demand side management such as scheduling load reduction helps align power supply with reduced generation capacity. Hybridization with solar and wind further mitigates drought related energy shortage. Then storage optimization. The challenge is to balance flood control with generation efficiency, advanced dispatch algorithm, and dynamic operation. Rule curves allows operator to adjust reservoir operation in response to evolving condition, improving both safety and energy stability. Then we have flexible operation with pump hydro and battery. So these article which I have found, they have integrated the PV module with mill module with pump hydro storage. So they are integrating three models. You can take a look like three renewable energy sources. This one, PV, wind, and this. And for doing this, they are along with this, they are storing the power which have been generated and using a controller to make a coordination among all that they give the maximum energy. They work at maximum efficiency, possible efficiency. So, so for doing that, like battery pump storage, hydro are small and you go to the uphill and downhill by, like I told you, if in pump storage, hydro storage, we have two tanks, one lower reservoir, upper reservoir. When we have excess power, we transfer the water of the lower reservoir to upper reservoir by pumping it. And when we need that excess power or energy, electrical energy, the upper reservoir is open and the water will flow from upper to lower and the kinetic and potential energy of water is converted into electricity and fit to the grid, fit to the system. And battery integration is important. Battery integration, while PSH provide long duration storage, batteries offer fast response balancing for short-term fluctuation. Like these store what energy in form of kinetic, potential and kinetic energy, but here the electric battery store the power in form of electrical energy. It provides certain power to the system. And system benefits like managing erratic rainfall and heat wave include demand surge, enhance reliability of renewable heavy power system, ensure both daily balancing batteries and weekly seasonal balancing PSH. So India's outlook like a state like Maharashtra, Andhra and Tamil Nadu are leading in PSH deployment. At the same time, distributed battery systems are being co-located with a small hydro to enhance grid stability at distribution level. 30 gigawatt of PSH project under development across multiple states in India. The major one are these four: Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, MP, AP, and Tamil Nadu. Thus, the synergy of PSH and batteries provide a robust foundation for renewable dominated energy system. Now, illogical flow, compliance, and river health. So, this is a very, what I say, uh, very main topic on which government of India is now making policy. Like I put some letters on the here in the figure number 26. Like you can see in ecological flow of river, Ministry of Jal Shakti Government of India published a PIB press release, press information bureau, that safeguarding aquatic biodiversity, fishery, and dependency livelihoods of rivers like Ganga rivers. Now it started with Ganga rivers, and now it has been implemented to various other rivers also. So it will this ecological flow, e-flow compliance, and e-policy which we have published by Ganga by the government of India to the river Ganga and other major rivers of India. This is mandatory minimum e-flow release for the Ganga and other. These are the mandatory aquatic biodiversity is needed. That is the minimum e-flow that is required by the government. So it have been first. It have been it comes under like 2021, 16 days of 2021. Then one more come on 30th of June 2024. So this with this e-flow compliance, like biodiversity protection is there, like maintaining e-flow. Then community livelihoods will be there. Many rural communities depend on river for irrigation, drinking water, and cultural activities. E-flow compliance safeguard these needs while allowing energy generation. We can generate the energy from system, but we cannot. What I say, we need to monitor the ecological flow of the river. Like other thing, irrigation, drinking, and cultural activities are totally dependent on various rivers of the whole of the India, many rivers of the India. Then climate resilience, healthy rivers with natural flow variability are more adaptable to climate extremes such as flood and drought. By preserving ecosystem services, e-flow indirectly enhance hydropower resilience. And these policy minimum e-flow have been published by the government. So you can go and take a look at. These are the things that government is maintaining, like 15 to 20% of the average lean season flow in their rivers. Government of India wide notification, like you can go Center Water Commission and this. So whatever I have said, it's not only a theory. Like some of them part have been implemented in India. In India, I'm not going to the one in India. Like I'm showing you two small a small what I say case study where you can say like one is in Nagaland in Ponglefo small hydro project they have implemented with the help of MNRE, NEC, and the Nagaland state government with a capacity of 1 megawatt. If I say 1 megawatt, it comes under the small hydropower. What I say, small hydropower type. So it is located on Likumu Divan, Khirpur district, Nagaland, inaugurated in 5 June 2025. So this is the one of the best example for small hydropower projects in India. Whatever we have discussed for now, like this we can do, this we can do. So this they have done here with the help of MNRE, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy Sources, NEC, Northeastern Energy Commission, and Nagaland State Commission. They have designed this small hydro project to generate approximately 3.9 million unit of electricity annually. And one more in the Rakchand, the small hydro project in Himalaya region, located in Himalaya region of India. I will show you the figure of both. Verified under the UNFCCC Clean Development Mechanism, it is on international sustainability standards. A hydro project have been verified under this, indicating a successful implementation of a clean energy project. Look, the clean energy project. If I say clean, though it is hydro, it is clean, but yeah, they are the sustainability of ecological flow of river is also the sustainability standards of international sustainability standards and what I say the ecological flow of the river. Everything have been considered here with all this AOI, IoT, AI, all they have implementing is sooner or later they will implement it. So these are the examples that motivates us to explore this untapped potential in area. The Nagaland is in northeastern region, Himalaya region. These two regions, the upper Himalaya region, which we have here from the northeast, from Himalaya, from Jammu Kashmir to the upper to the northeastern here. These are have more untapped potential of small hydropower in India. So with the 1 megawatt capacity, it can like easily to the. I will show you this figure. Small hydro project here. So this is the figure which we have got through the Google source, Google Images. So this is the small hydro in India, which is I said that it was on Pongle for small hydropower project in Nagaland and Rakchand small hydro project in Himalayan region. So, so for these photos also shows that the role of SHP in hilly terrain like northeastern Himalayan state, where centralized grid expansion is difficult. In area, in such areas, this SHP acts as a lifeline technology, powering villages, schools, and small industries. Like some hilly villages are there where this power can't, the government, the central power have can't be reached like due to the terrain reason. We can use this small hydropower SHP power plant to generate electricity by the nearby river flowing through it. So these are the best example, which motivates us to do the thing, to implement it, to make further, to advance it, to make research in it. So now, apart from this, what I say, the very main component which is used in implementation of this project are policy, finance, and implementation. So, policy is the main thing which will have been designed by MNRE. So, the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy have established a dedicated program for small hydropower. If I say small hydropower, you should know it is less than 25. The rated capacity is less than 25 megawatt. So the policy features are FID feed-in tariffs, like state set preferential tariff for SHP, ensuring revenue stability for developers. Viability gap funding for projects, special incentives are provided for projects in challenging terrain such as northeastern Himalaya state. Like these development is actively supported under MNRE's renewable energy development scheme, which technically assistance and resource mapping provided at national levels. So target India, which have set is 5 gigawatt small hydro capacity towards the 21 gigawatt assessed potential. Like we have this much of assessed potential, is estimated potential. So this much we need to tap. These are our target. And a list of scheme MNRE policy I find through a research article I have listed here. For a small hydro, the list of what I say money, how many incentives and feed-in traffic, how many subsidies we will get is listed here. So you can go to the article of the MNRE site and find it out. It's open for all. So government policy. Now challenges, financing challenges, opportunities, small hydro. So despite a strong policy support, the policy is strong. Yes, we know we are getting so much subsidies. Government is promoting to implement this SHP, small hydropower plant. So what are the challenges here? So despite strong policy challenges, financing remain one of the biggest hurdle for SHP projects in India. Like high upfront cost, civil works for canal, penstock, and powerhouse remain capital incentive in intensive even for small projects. Long payback period compared to solar and wind SHP project often take longer to achieve break even. Like implemented, you put the price in solar, you put the solar plate, connect the batteries, and all you will get the output is that. But here you have make the dam and all the things, so it will take time. Limited private investment, commercial bank are cautious, citing hydrological risk. So these can be overcome by using opportunities, which we have PPP model on which most of the things are running now, public-private partnership. Like shared risk models between government and private developers can accelerate people. Concessional loans provided by the IREDA, NABARD, National Agriculture Board for Rural Agriculture Department. So, and the World Bank provide concessional financing, particularly for rural and decentralized projects. So, these are the project corporate social responsibility, CSR, and rural electrification projects that promote social development and clean energy. Yet we have challenges, but yes, we have sources, opportunities to implement these. Now, role of state governments in DISCOM is small hydro. If we have talked about hydro project, then the role of state and DISCOM will be there. So I have put a layout in the figure number 30. I have taken a development of SHP in India, not HP, SHP in India. Like how does it go through 1897 to till 2020, 2014? How does here we have a gap of almost so many years. It is like 50-year gap is there, 50 to 60-year gap is there in development of small hydro project in India. So many states have defined preferential tariffs and incentive for SHP project, renewable purchase obligation, require DISCOM to source a portion of the energy for renewable source, including SHP, signing power purchase parity, power purchase agreements (PPAs) and with SHP developers providing market certainty. Discoms help ensure grid integration by managing scheduling, dispatch, and balancing requirement. Decentralized energy supply means small hydro also reduce transmission losses by supplying power closer to the consumption center. This is particularly valuable in hilly or rural areas where grid extension is costly. Then in a state level example, we have Himachal Pradesh and Uttarakhand have actively promoted SP through state policies and tariff guarantees. Northeastern states receive special central incentive but face challenges in land acquisition and environmental clearance. By aligning state policy, DISCOM strategies, and MNRE incentives, India can unlock its SHP potential while strengthening rural electrification and industrial reliability. So now these are the barrier in implementation of small hydro, like permits and clearance, the technical barriers, the financial barriers, the regulatory barriers, the social barriers. Like if I talk about technical barriers, like uncertainty in major challenges, seasonal variation in river flow, sedimentation in Himalayan river, then transportation of equipments and all. Then, if I say financial barrier, it will be like upfront, like again, high upfront capital cost, limited participation of private developers and all. Regulatory barriers like multiple approvals from required, like regulatory barriers, it's not that much. Like government is supporting now. The social barrier is also like land acquisition in will be a great community resistance sometimes arise due to concern over water inside fishery and land acquisition. So these are the things addressing these barriers require an integrated approach combining policy reform, innovation, financing, community engagement, and technical adaptation. Without resolving these, India risks underutilized. It is estimated 21 gigawatt small hydro potential. So now market outlook, like what are the future trends in with this small hydro project? So hydropower remains the largest source of renewable electricity globally, contributing about 16% of total 60% of total generation. However, this sector is undergoing transformation. The International Energy Agency (IEA) 10% increase. The International Energy Agency (IEA) forecasting 17% growth in hydropower capacity by 2030. They are driven mainly by Asia and Africa. Asia and Africa have the most untapped potential. Small hydro and pumped storage are expanding faster than large dam due to their lower ecological footprint and flexibility. Advanced digitalization and eco-friendly design are reshaping the industry, making projects more bankable. What about India outlook? Like India is currently, as I told you, 47 gigawatt hydropower and then 5 gigawatt is from small hydro. The National Electricity Plan (NEP) projects significant addition in pumped storage hydro plant to provide grid stability. MNRE targets include unlocking to 21 gigawatt of SHP, small hydropower potential, especially in northeastern and Himalayan states. So increasing renewable penetration from solar and wind necessity hydropower balancing role. Policy support for hybrid system and storage is opening new business models. Climate financing opportunity, particularly through green bonds and carbon credits, are attracting global interest. So this is the untapped potential which I was talking about. So you just take a look here on the figure number 32. Again, the source is IHA, International Hydropower Association. So the potential of conventional hydropower capacity, I talked about conventional, the remaining potential in gigawatt, the green one. So look here, Africa have 487 gigawatts of untapped potential. So this much of power we can extract from this region using the hydropower. This much hydropower, not power, hydropower. The South and Central Asia 303 gigawatt, in which India comes, and the East Asia Pacific, where China is, there 341 gigawatts. So yes, we have so much of untapped hydropower. Still, we have that we can explore. So the data compiled by me, excluding pumped storage, excluding this is excluding pumped storage plant. So if you include pumped storage plant, it is more than that. This is only conventional for now. So the pumped storage search and in the future trends, the pumped storage is emerging as a cornerstone of Indian energy transition as renewable penetration rises. Pumped storage (PSH) provides long duration storage and grid balancing unmatched by batteries alone. So India's power demand is projected to be doubled by 2040, requiring firm, flexible supply. Solar and wind are variable. You know, solar is good in wind is good in windy condition. But PSH stores surplus daytime energy and for evening peaks. Like if evening we need more energy, like power is not dependent on the weather condition. Unlike batteries, PSHN can provide 8 to 10 hours of storage, making it more suitable for seasonal dependency. So, if I talk about Indian pipelining, like Central Electricity Authority (CEA) has identified 96 gigawatt of PSH potential with 30 plus gigawatt already under development under those four states: Maharashtra, Andhra Pradesh, Madhya Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. State these are leading in development. Several private players, Adani and Girinoko, are also investing in gigawatt scale and PHS facilities. So, then hybridization has flexibility. So hybridization with solar and BESS. Like one of the most exciting developments in renewable energy is the hybridization of small hydro and solar and battery. Again with wind. Each technology has its strength and weakness, but when it's combined them, the system becomes far more reliable, cost effective, and sustainable. So let us look at the solar first. Like it is abundant during the day, but drops to zero at night. Batteries can store some of that solar energy, but they are best suited for short-term balancing, usually just a few hours. Small hydro, on the other hand, provide a steady baseload, especially in canal system or run or river system. By pairing these three technologies together, hydro, solar, and batteries, we can deliver continuous 24/7 renewable power. Study shows that hybrid microgrid using PV and BESS are hydro and hydro archive achieve lower life cycle cost compared to systems that rely only on diesel or solar with batteries. They also improve reliability by reducing outage, stabilizing voltages, and managing frequency fluctuation. In practical terms, this means a hospital, university, or even industry can run on clean energy without worrying about interruption. So this is the beauty of hybridization. Now, digitalization and AI. Digitalization and AI. So this the future of hydropower is not just about turbines, dams, and reservoir. It is about digital intelligence. Digitalization and artificial intelligence like are transforming how hydropowers are monitored, maintained, and operated. One of the most exciting advantages is the rise of digital twins, as I said earlier. Like this, digital twins is essentially a virtual replica of hydropower plant built using computer models and real-time data from sensors installed across turbines, generator, and water channels. This digital copy can simulate plants' behavior in a different condition and provide insight that were previously impossible. So imagine being able to predict when a turbine blade will develop a fault before a week before it actually happens. So it will give us time to rectify it, to make it what I said, to extend its life and save our repair costs. So if you can predict which fault is about to fail, which so we can what I say ignore, like we will get rid of this uninterrupted supply. We can repair it at any time we want, whenever it's required. Then cyber security bodies and one of the best and trending for now. Like as hydropower plants adopt digital signal system, remote monitoring, and AI-driven controls, the importance of cyber security becomes paramount. Like adopting these zones and conducts and all these legal telecontrol stacks. So so cyber security is like paramount. We need to protect it from the cyber fraud and all the attacks which we have made, like fault data injection ad and denial of service. These kind of attacks, these are attack mainly. These are the famous attack which are made on the grid on the system. So we need to provide the cyber security. Provide cyber security. What was once a purely mechanical system is now part of a digital network, and that makes it vulnerable to cyber threats. Yes, attack on critical infrastructure are not theoretical anymore. They are real risks that power system must prepare for. This is why cybersecurity by design is being emphasized in the hydropower industry. One approach is based on international standards, as I say, adopting such as IEC 62443, which is recommending creating security zone and conduits. This essentially means isolating different parts of control system so that if one section is compromised, it does not spread across the entire plant. Access must be role based, meaning only authorized personnel can operate certain function. Continuous monitoring of traffic and system activity ensure that they any abnormal behavior is immediately flagged. So other what I say international standard we have other than this IEC 62, other international standards are there for providing cybersecurity control, and this is one of the trending area which is going for now in conventional what I said generation electricity system as well as the model which we have here. So natural positive nature positive technology. So, as I said, the fish friendly runner blade will be needed, like Archimedes screw and all. We need to design it suitable for fish and ecology of the river in order to maintain the ecology flow, e-flow of the river as the given by the as the press release generated by the government of India. So, so natural positive technology, we need to use very low head turbines, Archimedes screwed. In general, we need to design the turbine in such a way it will less disturb the ecology of the river, and it can be easy repairable and all the things, like sediment will be there, the the blades will be coated in such a way that the sediment it would be sediment resistance and all these things. So we need to monitor all these things, sediment and climate resilience. We need to focus in one of the less glamorous but very critical challenges. This is in hydropower is sedimentation. Those rivers, what they do, they naturally carry sediments, but with climate change, the problem is intensified. Heavier rainfall event, glacier melt, and land use changes or increased sediment loadings in the turbine and turbine system. If not managed properly, this lead to reduced storage capacity, efficiency loss, and higher maintenance costs. Like suppose if the blade of a turbine is break, you have to change the whole thing. So, we need to monitor it properly in order to protect and increase the lifespan of the turbine. And policy and permitting. Just I talk about policy, like various policy providing by the government, and yes, government is supporting us for implementing this all the what is it, PSH and small hydropower project throughout. They are giving the tariffs, subsidies depending upon the cost, location, and the geography of the state. Yeah, geography of the place. So we can go. So we can go with it. Apart from India, like International Hydropower Association are also made a policy frameworks. So if you need like if I say World Bank is also providing loans to implement this small hydro project. It's not only limited, like they are promoting throughout the world. Though I show you the untapped potential capacity is too much, 300 something gigawatt. So these without PSH. So with PSH, it will be more. So we need to use those policy, the subsidies, and implement it as much as we can to get a best renewable energy source. So distributed hydronics and while large hydro and historical dominate, the future may belong to distributed hydronics. These are small scale projects located close to the load, such as a canal drop system, water supply recovery project, and micro hydro in villages, like a very small micro project near, like behind our campus. One river is there, so if we put a micro project there with the government permission and all, so we will have a power supply throughout a year. So this distributed hydro system will be a good, what I say, a good source of electricity, renewable energy electricity for remote locations, villages, and all. So it will be good for generating electricity 24/7. And with integrating with it, the PV and wind, it will be like too much good to get the electricity throughout the year at 27. So India signals to watch. So where we need to, India is a critical country to watch in hydropower space. In the second quarter of 2025, India power mix reached nearly 48% renewable energy, underscoring the urgency of for flexible balancing solution. Flexible hydro and pump storage are at the center of this conversation. The rooftop solar is added by 2.8 gigawatt, and spending behind the meter PV can be co-opted by smaller hydro bases. So these like flexibility. The flexible hydro and pump storage are the center of this conversion. Already major PSS projects are under construction. So I told you like four states are deploying 21 gigawatt of PSH construction are going on there. So it's coming here. In the coming year, they might enable infrastructure such as transmission and marketing mechanism fall into place. Another signal is the rapid growth of rooftop and open access solar. Due to the NISC government, National Institute of Solar Energy, is that look after all the rooftop solar projects in India. In the first of 2025 alone, rooftop solar added 2.8 gigawatt. First of all, much of it is behind the meter. This create opportunities to integrate distributed. So it's not like competition between hydro and solar. It's like a integrating of hydro with solar. So it will increase the overall performance of the system. Oh, it will generate the increase the overall generation capability. So These are the things that we need to monitor. We don't need to compare with solar, with wind. This is good, this is, but no, we need to combine them to get our what we need. We need 24/7 renewable energy. We need 0% carbon emission, net carbon emission 0% by 2050. So we need to focus on that. For doing that, like research and curriculum threads we need to design. Like the academic and research community plays in vital role, like in hydropower's future. Like the dams which I have shown you, like the very Nagaland and on that one is Rukchand Band in the Himalayan region. So they are a best example of engineering, research and engineering. So they are showing that yes, the small hydropower plants still work and they can generate this much of power. And for doing so, we have further standard like IEC, and there is a book of a standard IEEE and IEC. So cybersecurity protection to policies book. We have so many rules to follow, but yes, they all are for the benefit of our control. And with the research in various design of turbines and all these things, we can further improve the performance of hydropower system. That untapped potential which we have, I show you the region why throughout the world, we can explore it. And with PSH, we can surely shift to the, we can surely reach our target, which is net zero carbon emission by 2050. So these are the references on the research article that I took, or all the images which I have shown you. And thank you. Thank you very much. And with this, I would like to conclude my session. I sincerely thank the organizer, patron, chairperson, co-chairperson, especially thanks to convener, Dr. Suman Jana, and members of Regant Education and Research Foundation Group of Institution for inviting me to this faculty development program on green horizon interdisciplinary approaches to emerging renewable energy technologies and climate sustainability, sponsored by AICT and conducted under Red Academy. It's has been a privilege to share my insight and interact with such an active group of participants. I truly value your attention, participation, and question if you have any.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Gupta, for your wonderful presentation, and
Thank you.
it's really an enriching one. So we have very less time. So anyone having any question, we have a few minutes, very short question answer session. If you're having any question, please put in the chat box, or else you can unmute your mic and ask. So first question from Dr. Niva Rani, that what challenges are faced by hydropower projects in India?
So challenges, okay, nice question. So challenges, I listed the challenges in India from policymakers to the implementation. Like if I start first the financial problem is there, the land acquisition, the society and all the things. So you have to monitor from the very basic. First you need the money, the permission, and you need to follow the standards to place a hydrocarbon project in India, hydropower project in India. So it's always like various challenges we need to face subsequently. So if you come to design a hydropower project in India, you will come to know how many challenges are there in the real. But on paper, if I say the financial policy, regulatory wise, policy wise, and what we say, these two are the major challenges in hydropower projects in India.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank
And
you.
for our next question from Manjunath D, in what ways can small-scale hydropower be wisely implemented to advance decentralized and sustainable rural electrification while addressing the technical, economic, and environmental challenges?
Yes, yes. These the thing. Like, good question. In what ways? Like, so the ways I told you from. If I say the major point, if I list here quickly, is like we need to maintain the ecological flow of the river by designing a dam in a particular way for a small scale hydropower. I'm asking. So the wisely implementation should be first is designing a turbine or a dam turbine which can maintain the ecological flow of river, and integrating with the IoT and the digital twins, AI, IoT, AIML. This will help you to monitor the overall performance of the system. So these two are the major. Other factors are there indeed. Other factors are there, but these two are major factors that we need to monitor while implementing a small scale hydropower project wisely to by sustaining the economical and environmental challenges. So that from turbine design to the full system monitoring should be the what I said main focus while designing a smart small scale hydropower system.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so
Thank
much,
you.
Dr. Gupta. So due to time constraint, we cannot take any further questions, sir. So we'll conclude this session here. So thank you so much for being with us today, and thank you so much for your valuable talk, sir. It was really, really wonderful one.
Uh, Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we'll move forward to our next session. As you can see, Dr. Shivshankar Saha is already here. Sir, Dr. Shivshankar Saha, sir, can you hear us?
Yeah, yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, it's audible. Can you please share your screen so we can
Oh,
check once?
I'll share. Just let me check.
Before starting, we'll just check once.
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
Um, check. Yeah. Can you see it? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's visible. Just make it full screen, sir, so we can check. It's
Just a
coming, but
minute.
yes.
I'm going to the presentation mode, then it will be better for you.
Yes,
Is it there?
yes, sir, it's fine, sir. So we are going to begin our next this session, sir.
Sure.
So we welcome Dr. Shivshankar Saha, Professor, Electrical Engineering Department, Kalyani Government Engineering College, who will speak on green hydrogen and distributed renewable, building a low carbon energy future. So let me introduce our speaker. Dr. Saha has more than 26 years of teaching experience and is currently professor at Kalyani Government Engineering College. He has also worked as postdoctoral research associate at the Petroleum Institute, Abu Dhabi. His research area include power electronic, power converters for green energy harvesting, high frequency battery charging, BMS design, and development of switching power supplies. He has led multiple research projects funded by national and state agencies and specializes in designs, development, fabrication, and hardware testing of novel DC to DC converter topologies. So, thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. And now you can start your presentation. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, organizers, for nice introduction.
Thank you, sir.
First, I would like to congratulate the organizers for taking the initiative to conduct a faculty development program in this most pertinent topic for today's world, because during the last century, due to unbound and unrestricted use of fossil fuels, and cumulatively you can say this uncontrolled deforestation to develop civic societies, so sufficient damage has been done to the environment. So our need today, we and our next generation has to take care how the damages can be minimized and how can we rebuild the damages that has already been taken place. So in that respect, first step is awareness among all stakeholders of this country. We cannot expect everything to be governed from the government side. With the citizens, with the stakeholders of this globe, has to take a few initiatives from our side also. Okay, so I will start in this way. In my presentation, I'll be mainly focusing on aspects of green hydrogen as renewable energy. And of course, it cannot be completed if you don't discuss something on the battery, which is being presently used in these applications. My application will be a little bit focused on integration of green energy sources and batteries to our distribution generation grid through power converters. So a little bit discussion will be there in respect of electrical engineering as well. I came to know from the organizers that most of the faculties are from electrical and mechanical engineering. So those who are not from electrical engineering may face a little bit awkward. That will be hardly 20 to 30% of the total content. And the faculties of electrical engineering may find this discussion to be very simple discussion because when we will be going for the discussion on electrical engineering aspects. Okay, so before going into the main topic, I'll just from this way, what are the, just 1 minute, I cannot change the slide. Test vision. I beg your pardon. Yeah, now it is coming. Okay. So as I was just mentioning, that due to uncontrolled and unbound use of fossil fuel, that is mainly for industrialization, pre-industrial period from 1900, for the development of the civic societies. So there have been enormous green gas emissions. As a result, there are several detrimental results. So I'll be mentioning 1 and 2, and from that one, I'll be going into my discussion. First, the foremost effect that we are facing, that is the global warming. So average temperature rise of Earth's surface has been from 1 degree to 1.1 degree Celsius above pre-industrial level. And with this effect, this has caused melting of polar iceberg and glacier. You can see what was the scenario 100 years ago in 1906 and in 2004. So most of the glaciers have been vanished, they have been melted to water. So sea level rise, we have seen that is more than 20 centimeter. And the net effect is that more incidents of flooding, especially in coastal areas, which is accounting for almost 3 times, have been increased. And urban flood risk has increased by an average of 50%. So projection was made, if this situation continues, if no restrictions are imposed on use of fossil fuels, then the predicted temperature rise in the next 100 years may reach up to 3.1 degrees centigrade. With temperature rise of 1 to 1 degree centigrade, we have seen so much catastrophic damages. If the temperature rise by 3.1 degrees centigrade is allowed, then what could be the situation? Everybody can imagine. It is projected that the sea level rise may further increase by 30 to 100 centimeter in next 100 years. So realizing the situation, all countries across the globe started meeting with each other, then how to cut down these solutions. So several meetings have been performed. I'm just mentioning few important ones. So since 1990, growing concern among different countries are taking place. So first milestone, you can say it was third conference of parties, which was held in 1997 in Japan. So first, the outcome of the meeting is called Kyoto Protocol. In that meeting, it was agreed to put bindings on green gas emissions. In the next 21st conference of parties in the year 2015, which was held at Paris. So target was set to restrict average temperature rise over Earth's surface within 1.5 degrees centigrade above pre-industrial level. So how to set down how to restrict the temperature rise? By restricting the use of fossil fuels. And one more thing, the net zero emission target was set by European Union and USA by 2050. It was said that in the next 26th Conference of Party in 2021, which was held at Glasgow, the government of India also set the net zero emission target by 2070. So the main features of the main targets that was set in which was mentioned in the net zero emission target was that by that 45% reduction of carbon dioxide emission by 2030 from the 2005 level. So it is not an easy task. So many targets were set by our country to reach this goal. So I will be mentioning few of them. First, it was said that by the year of 2030, 50% of our total energy requirement, which is amounting to be around 500 gigawatt, will be made from non-fossil renewable energy sources. So it was said, such an ambitious target was that And you will be happy to know in last week, our MNRE minister, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, announced that India has already reached the target of 250 gigawatt non-fossil renewable energy capacity installation. So we are moving in this in right direction to achieve the goal that was set by our PM Narendra Modi ji in the 26th Conference of Parties. Now, out of this 500 gigawatt non-fossil generation, so target was set to get 300 gigawatt non-fossil generation from solar photovoltaic sources, because India has a huge potential of solar photovoltaic energy generation. Now, for up to this month and in the last month, August 2025, the total installed capacity of solar photovoltaic generation was 120 gigawatt. It was not that the only grid connected solar photovoltaic generation has been taken into consideration. Out of that 120, this includes 5.09 gigawatt of grid solar photovoltaic generation. This means solar power generation, even in small quantities, say for pump supply, for street lighting, and for battery charging, etc. Whatever solar photovoltaic power generation is there, so that is also contributing in reaching the target. So this is a very good amount, and that's why awareness among all citizens are there, should be spread, that everybody takes some bold steps towards generating, towards more and more utilizing the solar photovoltaic sources. Few other targets that were set by our country, because 45% reduction in carbon dioxide emission cannot be achieved only by cutting down the fossil fuel generation in power plants. The other very important step that was taken in the meeting was that mass popularization of electric vehicle, because electric vehicles are the major contributor of greenhouse gas emissions. Why popularization of electric vehicle is important? Because carbon dioxide emission of electric vehicles almost half of petrol cars, even if the electricity is generated from the fossil fuels. And if the electricity is generated from the renewable energy sources, then the carbon dioxide emission will be almost zero. So that's why some steps were taken to gradually replace the automobile transport by electric vehicles. The targets were said that by the year 2030, 30% of private cars, 70% of commercial vehicles, and 80% of 2- and 3-wheelers will be replaced by EVs. So this was the targets. Now coming to our topic. Just before going into more details about the hydrogen fuel usage, hydrogen energy usage, just let me discuss about brief of the electrical power system network. Now in power system network, just I'll take this one downward. It is just 1 meter. Can I close it? Okay. This is the power system network with centralized power generation system. In centralized power generation system, what we are having in commercial system, we have a generation plant far from the city, and where the generation voltage level usually varies from 11 kV, 15 kV, or 22 kV. Now, immediately after that, at this substation, at the generating station itself, the generation voltage is stepped out by a transformer to a very high voltage of in the range of 220 kV, 400 kV, and maximum transmission voltage in our country is around 765 kV. And our country is targeting to step up the generation voltage for transmission to the range of 1200 kV. Why this is done so? Because the same power that is to be transferred, if we increase the voltage level, then the current conducted by the transmission system will be much less in the same proportion, because product of voltage and current is the power. What we need the power. If we can increase the voltage level, then the current conducted to the transmission will be reduced. So as a result, what will affect? The size of the conductor will be reduced. If the size of conductor gets reduced, the load on the towers will be reduced. So lighter tower could be used and span of the towers can be increased more in this way. So there will be a much savings in terms of fixed cost, as well as the loss will be also reduced. Now power is transmitted over long distances of the transfer system. Then comes the secondary transmission, where the high voltage is stepped down to some level in the range of 110 kV, 66 kV, or like that. So it is again transmitted up to the distributor network. Here it is further stepped down, and here it is stepped down to the level of 11 kV or so. So there are a few consumers or industrial consumers that take power in that voltage of 11 kV, but small residential consumers, they take power at a much reduced voltage. So here in the distribution transformer, it is further stepped down to 440 volt for three phase and 230 volt for the single phase system. So we can see the power has to transported over long distances from generating plant to the residential or industrial consumers. In doing so, there is a much loss of transmission, much loss of electrical power. So the loss in terms of percentage, if you calculate, it was previously there was 20% power loss in the transmission network, and with some proper maintenance and using good conductors, so these days the power transmission loss has been reduced to 16%. Still, you can understand how much power is lost in the entire system, in the transmission system. So to further reduce the loss occurring in the system, now the concept of distribution generation has appeared. Distribution network. Now, in recent years, there has been much popularization of using renewable energy sources in the different classes. You have gathered quite knowledge about the different renewable energy sources. In distribution generation network, in this way, the load is supplied power from the grid, which is coming over long distances. Also, the renewable energy sources can be integrated to this network. The advantage is that as the renewable energy sources are directly integrated to the distribution generated network, there is no loss of power while transporting the power from the generation to the user terminals. So there is one point. The reliability also increases. Okay. So apart from that, if you can, there are different types that can be. So solar photovoltaic is the most prime source of renewable energy source. There can be wind energy, small hydro, geothermal, other things there. It may also integrate a diesel generator also in some cases, because power generation by the renewable energy sources are not very much consistent and dependable. So some separate arrangements also required. Apart from that, in recent years, there is one important point, that is green energy, integration of green energy storage to the distribution. That is our main focus for today's discussion. That is coming in near future. And as I mentioned these renewable energy sources are not being very much consistent. So battery storages are frequently integrated to the distribution generated network. So in our discussion, just we'll start with the different features of the hydrogen sources and how this has to be integrated to the distribution network or grid, and how power converters play an important role in doing so. Now, hydrogen energy source. So hydrogen is a potential energy source with better option of large scale and long-term energy storage. So this is the first point. It's not that hydrogen source is used in small scale also. It is the best option if you go for the long-term storage, and that in large quantity. Why this is so? Because Among the different fuels available, hydrogen has the highest energy density. So the energy produced by energy that can be obtained from per unit of the fuel is maximum from hydrogen. It is in the range of 33.33 kilowatt hour per kg. So that is the best, that point goes to the in favor of the hydrogen. But as hydrogen, it has a very low volumetric energy density. So to store the hydrogen in gaseous form, we need a large space, very large space. So what is done? It is stored in a liquid form in high pressure tanks in the range of 700 bar or so. So only if we consider the energy density, so considering the energy density of hydrogen is not sufficient, we need to take into account then the mass contributed by the high pressure tanks as well. So if you consider the tank, then energy density of hydrogen with tank, it is in the range of 0.42 to 0.9 kilowatt hour per kg. It is still much more than that of the battery, more than double. It's almost 3 times, you can say. So you can say in respect of energy density, hydrogen is better than the lithium-ion batteries as well. That's why it is recommended. But one important point is that where intraday or interday energy transfer required, means if you want to store the energy for short duration and small quantity, then hydrogen is probably not the best choice. Because producing hydrogen and then again converting it back to electrical energy, the entire cycle, the efficiency is very low. So in that respect, hydrogen is not a best choice. Battery lithium is the better one, but in respect of bulk amount of energy storage and for long-term storage, hydrogen is the best one. That's why there is one data in this way. So the green one is the hydrogen storage. If you want to store the hydrogen in bulk quantity and small duration, so none of the other options are comparable to it. Now, so for in our industries, many industries, they use the hydrogen, and that and 95% of energy requirements are made from gray hydrogen. What is green hydrogen? Conventionally, hydrogen is produced from natural gas. So the hydrogen, if produced from natural gas, they are called gray hydrogen because that time carbon dioxide is emitted in bulk quantity. And it has been recorded that for 1 kg of hydrogen production, almost 10 kg of carbon dioxide emission is there. So ultimately, in our industries, those who are using gray hydrogen, large amount of carbon dioxide is being emitted to the environment. So that's why to cut down the pollution level these days, green hydrogen is getting popularized. Green hydrogen means hydrogen is produced by electrolysis of water, and the electrical energy required for the electrolysis to take place, that is obtained from renewable energy sources. So if hydrogen is produced from electricity of water using the electricity obtained from renewable resources, then the entire process, in this generation process of hydrogen, there is no emission. Okay, the produced hydrogen is stored in high pressure tanks at pressure of 300 to 700 bars, and the liquid hydrogen is transported through pipeline of tube trailers to distances. Now, this hydrogen, which has been transported or stored, is reused in fuel cell for electricity generation. So you can see in the entire process from hydrogen production, then hydrogen storage, and then again getting the electricity through fuel cell, the entire process, there was no pollution, there was no significant pollution was there. So the entire process, generation, storage and use has zero carbon footprint. So in the respect of minimizing the greenhouse gas effect, so hydrogen is being emerging as the best solution. So that's why green hydrogen is projected as the future source of energy. Now, That's why hydrogen storage market is growing annually by 10% in US, Canada, and Europe. Because everybody is saying towards this one, and more hydrogen being stored, so that when there will be a stiff hike in the fossil fuel price, the stored hydrogen can be used for for different purposes. Now, in keeping in this view, the government of India has also announced National Hydrogen Mission in the year of 2021. So, what are the targets of that one? Okay, before going into that, I'll be just going to the another slide, just hydrogen storage system, because we need to store large amount of hydrogen in high pressure. So salt caverns are used for large scale underground hydrogen storage. Salt cavern means salt caverns are created by injecting water into underground salt deposits and then removing the solution, creating a cavity. So the cavity so created can be used for storage of hydrogen at 175 bar. And a cavern of size, just this is just approximate data, a cavern of size 300 meter long and 60 meter diameter can store hydrogen of energy equivalent to 300 gigawatt. So that's why, as I mentioned, the countries, US, European Union, Canada, they are going for hydrogen storage, more and more hydrogen storage. They are doing so by creating salt caverns and storing hydrogen, high pressure hydrogen into that one. Now, what are the targets that was set? Now, 175th Independence Day, Indian Prime Minister announced for National Hydrogen Mission. The target set was that by the year of 2030, that 5 million metric ton hydrogen production facility will be installed in our country. So this was the target. Now, if we can do so, then this will associate 125 gigawatt renewable energy capacity addition. So ultimately, the target of 500 gigawatt non-fossil generation, we are going toward that one by installing more hydrogen production capacity from renewable energy sources. Now, if we can do so, our target is to make India energy independent by the year of 2047. Means within 100 years of independence, our country has set that target that our country should be energy independent. Now, not only that, our aim is to make India a hub for hydrogen production and export. Now, apart from that, so as we will be using more and more green hydrogen, so greenhouse gas emission will be reduced. So decarbonization will be there by emission reduction of 500 million metric ton per annum. So these are the beneficial effects that has been targeted by the National Hydrogen Mission of India. Now a little bit on the technical sides. Just I'll be going component wise. What are they at? Now, what in green hydrogen production change? What is that? We take the energy from renewable sources, let it be solar photovoltaic, wind turbine, or many other things. But as I mentioned, hydrogen, solar photovoltaic is the best option for our country. So we take the electrical power from solar photovoltaic source. Then we use an electrolyzer that will be used for electrolysis of water to produce the hydrogen. Now the energy DC power supply required by the electrolyzer will be supplied by the renewable energy source. So as an intermediate stage, a DC-DC converter is there. I'll have a little bit elaborate discussion on the different features of this converter that will be required. Now the hydrogen so produced is stored in hydrogen storage tanks. So when required, the same hydrogen can be used in a fossil fuel, in fuel cell, which basically generates electricity in the form of DC power. Now DC power so generated may not have to that voltage level. So we need another DC-DC converter whose purpose is to convert the voltage level of the fuel cell. And next to that, we'll have inverter. There's two separate blocks. I have just shown in a single block. So inverter convert the DC supply to a required DC supply for connecting, feeding to the grid or to supply the local load. So these are some of the blocks. I'll be just going details in detail. Now, so these two blocks, the electrolyzer and fuel cell, they are our first point of discussion. electrolyzer in hydrogen storage storage. Electrolyzer cells. Now, the voltage rating of a single electrolyzer cell varies from 1 volt to 2.4 volt, and they require DC supply in this range, and this range depends on the type of the electrolyzer cells. For proton exchange membrane, and there are alkaline electrolyzer cells, there are solid state electrolyzer cells. So overall, the voltage range required by the electrolyzer cells varies in this range. So, and this is electrolyzer is a building block for making an electrolyzer stack. This way, number of cells are connected in series parallel combinations. So electrolyzer stack is formed with series parallel combinations. The combination may have 10, 20, 48 cells if the stack is used for laboratory scale, small size. But if we need a large, for industrial systems, we need a large electrolyzer stack that may contain thousands of cells. And the voltage and current requirement by the electrolyzer stack, it varies from tens to hundreds of volts and amperes. So why I am just mentioning that one, what I mentioned that at the power but DC supply to the electrolyzer has to fed through a DC-DC converter. So this DC converter has to take care of these settings. What will be the rating of the DC-DC converter? That depends on the size of the electrolyzer stack. Another important point that the rate of hydrogen production in this electrolyzer increases with current. And this is the voltage current relationship of the electrolyzer. So there is a non-linear relationship between the current requirement, between the current and the voltage. As I mentioned that the hydrogen production depends on the increase of current. If we increase the current, then more hydrogen production will be there. The DC power supply has to adjust the DC supply voltage so that we can increase the current by requisite quantity. Another important thing, the excessive current, if we feed excessive current to the electrolyzer stack, it may cause several problems, degradation, basically degradation of the entire stack. So the current density needs to be optimized by proper voltage control. So the DC-DC converter that will be used to feed the electrolyzer stack has to take into considerations of all these effects. I'll be going to that later on. Now, fuel cell. So next one is the fuel cell. Whatever hydrogen we have stored, we can use the same hydrogen for generation of the electricity. In the fuel cell, it is having two anode and cathode. Two electrodes are there. So hydrogen is fed to the anode, but in between these two anode and cathode, there will be a proton exchange membrane which does not allow any hydrogen atom to pass through it, because hydrogen atom means the proton surrounded by a electron cloud is there. So the size of the entire atom is not so small. So the proton exchange membrane doesn't allow the atom to pass through the membrane. At this electrode, the protons and electrons get disassociated. So size of the proton being very, very small to that of hydrogen atom. So the proton can easily pass through the membrane and electrons pass through the outer circuit. In this way, so electricity has been generated. So this is very basic. I am just not interested for that more elaborate discussion on the operating principle. Rather, my intention is what parameters has to be considered while we would like to design a DC-DC converter that will be again installed at the output of the fuel cell before feeding the power to the inverter side. Now, this is the characteristic. This is the polarization curve. This line 1. This shows the relationship between the current density and the cell voltage. You can see if we draw more current, then cell voltage also decreases accordingly. Now, this is the plot which shows this is the relation between the current density and the power. So, if we increase the current density, then power increases. Now, coming to the efficiency. This is the efficiency plot. This line is the efficiency plot. Efficiency of the fuel cell and the current density. Basically, the efficiency plot is obtained from the polarization curve. It basically follows the polarization curve that has been drawn here. So from these characteristics, you can see if we draw the more and more current, then efficiency gets reduced. Now, efficiency means what amount of electrical energy output is there and for per kg of hydrogen. So here hydrogen is not coming free of cost. Okay, we need to pay for it. That's why efficiency is very much important. So we cannot go for high power. If we go for high power, then efficiency will be reduced. So we need to, again, if we go for the high efficiency, then power output of the fuel cell gets reduced. You can see from here. So in this way, you need to find some optimized solution. So optimum power density and efficiency is obtained in cell potential range of 0.6 volt to 0.8 volt per cell. So this is the range within which we can get optimum power and efficiency. Another very important observation is that now theoretically, as we go on reducing the current density, the efficiency increases, and at zero current density, it will be very much higher. But in practical applications, due to some phenomena, some effects of hydrogen crossover, internal current loss, at very low current density, efficiency falls abruptly. This is the scenario of practical fuel cells. This is the theoretical calculations. So we should, while designing a DC-DC converter that will be used at the output of the fuel cell, we need to keep in mind that the current drawn from the fuel cell should not be reduced to zero, then it will cause very low efficiency operation. We know that especially the electrical engineers know that the DC-DC converter, there are two different configurations. Input current may be continuous and or discontinuous. So there are different configurations are there. Depending on the applications, we need to use them. If DC-DC converter or discontinuous input current is used, then a large capacitor is to be connected, because capacitor will be continuously drawing current from the fuel cell and it will be supplying to the DC-DC converter. In this way, the efficiency fall can be minimized. Another important thing that is to be considered for designing the DC-DC converter, that the current and voltage spikes often occur in proton exchange fuel cell on two events: water and nitrogen black flow and pressure fluctuations. I'm not going to the phenomena of this one. This means the current and voltage generated by the fuel cell often generate current and voltage spikes. So that DC-DC converter that will be used at the output of the fuel cell should take into consideration these current and spikes. So again, coming to this one, so these two are the blocks or units that are connected to the hydrogen storage. But it has, in the entire system, we have several other components that are to be discussed in detail, because our target is green hydrogen emission. So optimum performance of the electrolyzer and the fuel cell is not sufficient. If we want to make it more popular to the consumer, we need to consider all components. So first one is our solar panel. Now, solar photovoltaic cell, this basically converts the sunlight in electricity. This is supply. That is the building block of solar cell, because this solar supply ultimately will feed power to the electrolyzer for electrolysis of water. Now this array, this is basically formed with series parallel combinations of many solar cells, because the solar cell voltage and current generated by a single solar cell varies in the range of 0.5 to 0.6 volt, and it is in the range of 30 milliampere per centimeter square. So such small amount of power generated by a single cell may not be of very useful if used in alone. So many solar cells are connected in series parallel combinations to generate cells connected in series. So they form a string. So number of such strings, basically this string is formed with series connection of cells to generate a high voltage, and depending on the requirement, and many strings are connected in parallel to increase the current supplying capacity. So although commercially solar cells from 6 volt onward are available in the market, but in grid connected solar power system, the voltage, the solar cell arrays that are mostly used have voltage rating of 48 volt to 1500 volt. So low voltage solar panels are used for solar power stations of capacity of 100 kilowatt or so, a few hundreds of kilowatts. But for large solar power stations of generation capacity in the range of megawatt range, so large power, high voltage solar arrays are used. Once again, the same concept, higher the voltage of the solar panels, lower will be the current to be supplied by the solar panel. So lower conduction loss, lower other parameters will be there. Cable size will be reduced. The cost of other gears in the series path will be also reduced. Now the DC-DC converter will come for that. So we have already mentioned the purpose of the DC-DC converter was to match the characteristics of the electrolyzer. Okay. Apart from that, the voltage generated from the solar array, we have told that the voltage varies depending on the rating of the solar cell. Not only that, the voltage generated by any solar array is not fixed, is basically depends on the ambient environmental conditions of solar irradiance and temperature. So to match the voltage level of the solar array to that required of the electrolyzer, so the DC-DC converter plays the intermediate stage. It basically matches the voltage level of these two systems. Apart from that, the DC-DC converter plays a very vital and important role in the entire system. For any solar power system, if you consider the cost, then around 60 to 70% cost of the entire solar plant is contributed due to the cost of the solar array. Although in last 20 years, the cost of the solar... Hello, can you listen to me? Hello?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Yeah, just actually...
Yeah, I think power cut, but
yeah,
your voice
that's...
your voice is coming. Your voice is
Okay. Let me
can
see.
hear you.
Okay, it's fine. Actually, today it was very raining in the morning.
Yes, sir, it's
Because
really
lightning, thunderstorm
very
was there. So
yes, sir,
there
yes.
might have been some damage in the line. Okay. So I
Yes.
am trying to finish. Okay.
Okay,
Anyway,
sir.
the DC-DC converter plays the very important role here also, because as I mentioned that the maximum cost around 60 to 70% is contributed due to the cost of the solar panel, and the cost of the entire solar system in today's system is around 60 to 70,000
Sorry to
per...
interrupt, sir. Your PPT is only heading is coming, no other.
Oh, okay, it will come. I have not
Oh,
yet. Okay. So cost is very much high, 60 to 70,000 rupees per kilowatt hour. And if you consider the battery bank, it will be further higher. So once a solar panel has been installed with a very high expenditure, so and there is no generation cost because the solar sunlight is free. So the always target is that when some investment has been made, why not to make maximum utilization of it? So that always the target is to extract as much solar power from the solar system as possible. So here we will take the concept of very basic concept of electrical engineering that is taught in the first year class itself. Our target is to take the maximum power from the solar cell. So just we'll start from the very basic thing. Now there is a one concept, there is maximum power transfer theorem. So if we have any if you have any DC supply with internal resistance RS, and if we have a load here connected this one, so the load gets maximum power from the DC supply when the load resistance becomes equal to the internal resistance or source resistance. So that is the very basic concept. Okay. Now the solar array, this is symbol of solar array. It is also a DC supply. It is also having an internal resistance connected in series with it, and we have connected a load here. Here again, using the same concept of maximum power transfer theorem, the load will absorb maximum power, or we can say the solar array will deliver maximum power to the load when the load resistance becomes equal to the internal resistance of the solar array. Now the problem is that the internal resistance of the solar array is not constant. It depends on the ambient conditions of solar irradiance and temperature. So if we fix a load resistance for a particular solar array irradiance at which it is drawing maximum power, then at the very next moment, when the irradiance or temperature gets changed, so this load resistance will not be able, this load will not be able to extract maximum power. So to get that one, once again DC-DC converter, this helps us in achieving this target. Now this is basically DC-DC converter which has a voltage gain of A. If we connect a load resistance RL, then the load resistance reflected at the input. This means the load resistance that is reflected here, it is basically given by the RL by A square. A is the voltage gain. I will not go into mathematics. The simple thing is that. Now the voltage gain of this one, of this DC converter, you know that this can be very easily adjusted by some simple controls. So what is done by putting a DC-DC converter and we put any load resistance, we adjust the gain of the DC-DC converter in such a way that the reflected load resistance, which is basically the effective load resistance connected at the solar terminal, becomes equal to the internal resistance of the solar panel. So in this condition, this solar panel will be able to deliver maximum power to the load through this DC-DC converter. If the very next moment, there is a change in solar irradiance, so that what is done, the gain of the DC-DC converter is changed automatically, such that once again the reflected load resistance becomes equal to the new internal resistance of the solar panel. In this way, always the DC-DC converter helps in extracting maximum power from the solar array and feeding the power to the next step. So this feature is this basically technically termed as the maximum power point tracking. So all of you heard this term. Why I am mentioning this one? The DC-DC converter, I have shown that after the SPB array, we need a DC-DC converter. First, it has to match all the characteristics of the electrolyzer. Then it has to perform the task of voltage level matching, and it has to perform the task of maximum solar power extraction. So these are the purposes. Anyway, so this is the entire chain that I have shown. And so in conventional system, green energy solar chain system, so DC-DC converter, then we have the electrolyzer, then hydrogen storage, and we have the fuel cell. Now, structurally, from construction point of view, these two components, electrolyzer and fuel cells, are almost same. They are having two electrodes, anode and cathode, and these two are separated by the proton exchange membrane. So they are doing them complementary functions. Electrolyzer taking electrical power and generating hydrogen, producing hydrogen, taking water, and this fuel cell is using the hydrogen and producing DC supply, and water is the byproduct. So instead of using two different components, now modern concept is to work is going on. Why not to integrate these two components in a single unit, and that is called the unitized regenerative fuel cell. So this just I have drawn the same thing, but instead of using two blocks of electrolyzer and the fuel cell, these two are integrated in a single unit that is called the unitized regenerative fuel cell. Now here, and that a solar storage tank is a hydrogen storage tank is integrated to it. So what is then in this new system, we have the SPB array. Next to which we have a DC-DC converter whose function is to match the voltage level and maximum power point tracking. Then we have the DC bus. Now from the DC bus, next to it is the inverter, whose power we will be converting the DC supply into AC. I will just mention 1 or 2 points. The inverter can be grid-tied off grid, because if it is a grid-tied, means depending on the position, whether it is grid-tied or off grid, its control will be that one. If it is operated in grid-tied applications, means connected, if its output is directly connected to the AC grid available, then its function is to exactly follow the voltage waveform of the grid, and the voltage generated by the inverter is phase of voltage generated by the inverter is to be controlled in such a way that the amount of power delivered to the grid can be controlled. That is the thing. But if it is only used for the local load, it is not way connected to the any grid or any other inverter or any other AC source, then its purpose is only to generate sinusoidal voltage. So its role means control of the inverter has to take care whether it is connected to the grid or it is supplying some local load. That's all. Now I would like to integrate the URFC to the DC bus. So for that only again we need a DC-DC converter. Now the DC-DC converter has to be bidirectional in nature, because if it works as an electrolyzer, then it needs DC supply that will be obtained from the DC bus. So the DC-DC converter will allow the conversion of the power or rematching the voltage level for DC bus to the URFC. Power will flow in this direction. Now whenever the URFC works as a fuel cell, it generates DC supply once again to match the voltage level, and it has to power the electrical power to the DC bus, which will be further fed to the inverter. So the power flow will be in the opposite direction. So we need a bidirectional DC-DC converter in this role. Okay. Now before going to the next one, we have a just one slide on that one. This is the URFC. So it operates as an electrolyzer. So it takes power from the renewable source, and it electrolyzes water to generate hydrogen, and oxygen is also stored in some tanks. When it operates as a fuel cell, it takes hydrogen and oxygen. So it generates electricity that is fed to the grid, and water is a byproduct. So these days, the many actually demand of this URFC is very much increasing, because this URFC is preferred for long duration energy storage, and energy density of URFC is double to that of lithium ion batteries. That is the main advantage. Okay, so and it has a zero self discharge. You know that when battery is kept unutilized, so there will be a little bit discharge. Of course, the discharge is low for lithium-ion batteries in comparison to lead acid. There is seems to discharge, but for this one is the URFC has zero self-discharge. But problem is that the cost of the URFC so far is very high, and its conversion efficiency, cycle conversion efficiency is very low. I mentioned in the very early stage itself that producing hydrogen from electricity, then storing it, and back using the hydrogen to generate electricity. In the entire cycle, the efficiency is very low, so it is not suitable for long-term energy storage. So still, the main favor point that goes in favor of it is a high energy density. Due to high energy density, its application in present day exists in the aerospace on unmanned aircrafts. But it is getting popularized. There is one company, Cipher Neutron of Canada. They have introduced lab model of URFC in 2024 itself, and its commercialization will start in 2027. So in next 10-15 years, we'll be seeing the market flooded with the URFCs. So this is actually more commonly referred as the hydrogen battery. You might have heard the term hydrogen battery. This is basically a unitized regenerative fuel cell which combines an electrolyzer and a fuel cell in a single unit. Now again, coming to the same overall block diagram that we started with. Now I mentioned about the DC-DC converter, but here again I need little bit discussion on the solar panel itself. That is from practical considerations. Now this is a solar panel. This is basically combined series parallel combination of many solar cells. So if we just find a structure, actually I have tried to draw it, it is not a very good one. Now connection from all the solar cells are taken, series parallel connections are taken. So at the top of which we'll see there will be a wire mesh, which is basically making connection to all the individual solar cells. So after above which a hardened glass is there just to protect the solar cell. Okay, this is basically a construction. Now, during rainy season, when water deposition will be there, and or in even winter also, due to deposition of dew, a water layer is formed. Now, this water layer on the top of the glass and the wire mesh below the glass forms a capacitance. Okay. Now, another capacitance is also found between the capacitor and the ground also. Capacitor is also formed between the wire mesh and the structure. So, these three capacitors, if combined, they are basically the stray capacitance of any solar panel. It is there. Now, this stray capacitance plays a very vital role while using a solar panel in grid-connected solar power system. If it is used in a grid-connected solar power system, then due to the presence of the stray capacitance, a leakage current can pass from the grid through the capacitor to the ground. As a result, if any person comes in contact with the solar panel, may get electric shock. So, to break the path of the leakage current, it has become mandatory to provide isolation between in the leakage current flow path, so that the leakage current can get interrupted. So this is this mandatory has been imposed by International Regulatory Authority. So to do so, to provide the electrical isolation, what is done in maximum grid-connected solar power systems, a transformer is used at the output of the inverter stage, because the inverter was generating the converting DC supply into AC of 50 Hz for connecting to the grid. So if a transformer is put here at the output of the inverter, transformer also of course helps in matching the voltage level and also provides an electrical isolation between the grid and the entire solar power system. So there will not be any leakage current. So there will not be any possibility of getting electric shock if the solar panel is accidentally touched by any individual. Now, problem is that the transformer here the voltage is frequency is the 50 Hz in our country. It may be 60 Hz in some countries. So we need to use a power frequency transformer here. If you open any rack of solar system, you will see the maximum weight of the rack is contributed by the power frequency transformer. It is usually very bulky and heavy also. It's not, but it's heavy from the weight is very high because it is operating on 50 Hz power frequency transformer. Now, there is one phenomenon. You know that the size of a transformer depends on the frequency of operation. If compare two transformers, one operating at 50 Hz, another operating at 100 Hz, for the same power rating, we'll see the 100 Hz transformer is lighter than the 50 Hz transformers. So concept is that instead of using a power frequency transformer of low frequency 50 Hz, if we can somehow use a high frequency transformer, then size of the transformer can be reduced. Then what is done in modern power system? Instead of using a 50 Hz low frequency transformer, an isolated DC-DC converter is used. A high frequency transformer is integrated into the DC-DC converter stage itself, which provides isolation between the solar panel and the grid. And by operating the DC-DC converter at high frequency, if we can operate the DC at high frequency, then we will be able to operate a high frequency transformer. Thereby, we'll be able to use a light and low size transformers. So in modern applications, the DC-DC converters are operated at very high frequency, say 50 kilohertz and even up to 100 kilohertz. Just to make a comparison, how lighter the transformer could be. So if we operate the DC-DC converter at 50 kilohertz, then we'll be able to use a 50 kilowatt transformer in the converter stage itself. Then we don't need to use a 50 hertz transformer. So by doing so, if we can do so, then the transformer becomes 80 times lighter and its size becomes 30 times smaller. So you can understand the size of the transformer has been almost eliminated. It's a very negligible size. So isolation is provided here for DC converter. Here high frequency transformer is there. Now another point is that whenever we are using a URFC or hydrogen storage fan, and if the URFC voltage is more than 48 volt, then an isolation is also required in this DC-DC converter itself. This was a bidirectional DC-DC converter. Here again, it need to integrate a isolation transformer. So this is an isolation DC-DC converter with isolation, and this is a bidirectional DC-DC converter with isolation. Now, some important considerations. Actually, this system has not yet been much popularized. It will be coming. So far, this system with battery storage is useful, has been are being used in many such systems, many solar power systems. Okay, so the same concept will be used for the hydrogen storage also. Now, important. Now, there are some remote locations, in mountain areas or some deserts or somewhere, where during rainy season, the sunlight is not available for many days. Okay, and grid power is not very frequent. Grid power failure over grid power is very common there. So grid power might be available during daytime for a few hours only. So solar power is not available. Grid power is not available in the evening. Then in that system, what industries have tried to do, so industries have thought that during evening hour, as the solar power is not available, so battery could not be charged, or if it is URFC, so no hydrogen generation could be possible. Then how the local loads will get the power in the evening hour? So that time, consumer demand considering the consumer demand, it was decided that when the grid power is available during the daytime, why not to use the grid power using the inverter? So that time the inverter will be replaced by a bidirectional inverter. The grid power will be taken by the inverter, it will be converted to DC bus. Then the bidirectional DC-DC converter will take the power from that one and feed the either URFC of the battery storage. So the battery will be charged using the grid power. And the evening time, when the grid power will not be available, then the same battery charge will be utilized for the local load as well. So in that case, the inverter has to allow the bidirectional power flow. This is a new thing that industries are attempting to develop. Now, again coming to the entire system. So far we have discussed about the green hydrogen usage, green hydrogen storage, but the discussion is not be complete unless we discuss some on the battery storage, because we cannot make the system foolproof without battery storage, because hydrogen storage will be useful only for long time energy storage. But if you have intraday energy storage, energy cycling, then a battery storage is very much needed. So in the next few slides, our discussion will be focused on the battery aspects. Now, coming to again, okay. Now in grid-tied solar power systems, just 1 minute, I'll switch on. Okay. It's not coming. Okay. Now, now battery voltage usually varies from 48 volt to 1000 volt, again depending on the rating of the battery capacity. So for low power battery bank, it is 48 volt. When high power battery bank, it is 1000 volt. Again, depending, high voltage leads to low sized conductor use, low loss, low installation, and other things. Now, total installed capacity, battery capacity in SPV system in India is 250 megawatt hour. So far it is there. And if you consider the electric vehicle also, then the total installed capacity of battery storage in India is around 442 kilowatt. So this figure actually basically considered that from 2023, there has been six-fold increase in battery installed capacity. This is actually primarily contributed by the rapid use of the electric vehicles. So the government of India has targeted more battery manufacturing capacity. It is targeted that by the year of 2030, our country should have 150 gigawatt hour battery manufacturing capacity. That is not for our demand of this country, just for export also. So up to the year 2025, it was said that 50 gigawatt installation should be complete, and up to February 25, 40 gigawatt installation has been completed. Now there are three different types of batteries that are most common in grid-tied solar energy systems. So lead acid batteries, lithium-ion batteries, and flow batteries. So lead acid is a well-known concept because this is an old technology of 100 years. So we have good technicians. We are quite experienced technicians. They can easily handle it. This is a cheap also. Flow battery is a comparatively new concept where the electrolytes are stored into separate tanks and placed in a different room to that of a cell. So when required, electrolytes are brought to the cell through pump and pipeline, and electricity is generated. The advantage is that its energy density is almost 3 times to that of the lead acid battery. But this is much more costly than the lead acid. So this is more useful when batteries of high power rated is required. But with the development of lithium-ion battery, so the lithium-ion battery has become very much popular. So actually, lithium-ion battery, this is a common slide for all applications, not only for grid-tied solar applications, for all applications where we are using lithium-ion battery. So the lithium-ion batteries are used in many applications, from low power, say from wristwatch, smartwatch to mobile phone to laptop, everywhere. Well, not everywhere, in most of the applications, because it has a very many advantages over lead acid. It has a very high specific energy, high volumetric energy density. Specific is almost 5 times. Means for unit mass, or for to store the same amount of energy, mass contributed by the lithium-ion battery is 1/5 to that of a lead acid. So it has a high volumetric energy density, 3 times more to that of a lead acid. It has a longer lifespan. It allows fast charging than the lead acid battery. Maximum permissible charging rate for lead acid battery is around 0.1 to 0.2 coulomb. What it is 1 to 2 1 C. So for lithium, it's very high. Now, more depth of discharge, important point. It is recommended that the lead acid battery should not be discharged below 50% of state of charge. If it is done so, if life can be reduced. But for lithium-ion battery, it is 0 to 20%. In some cases, it is 0%. In some cases, it is 20%. Depth of discharge is 80% or higher. So it has self-discharge rate. It has no memory effect. It has less maintenance requirement. So these are some of the very good things that is making lithium-ion battery more and more popular in most of the applications. But it has some detrimental effects while using it. You might have heard many news that the mobile phone catching fire, it was there in 10-15 years ago. It was told that during charging, mobile phones, cell phones should not be used, because there were many reports of mobile phones catching fire. And I remember there was one particular model of Nokia. So it caused explosion on many incidents are there. So Nokia offered free replacement of all mobile phones. Okay, there are many incidents of laptop catching fire while they are, especially while they are put on charging, and situation becomes so dangerous if electric vehicles using lithium batteries catch fire. So don't think that this is a very uncommon incident. And when the batteries, if batteries catch fire, they burn at a very high temperature of 700 to 1000 degrees Celsius. And there are many incidents. So approximate 25 of 1 lakh EVs catch fire annually. So little bit discussion on the causes and how to overcome it. I'll not go for because we are not having much time to discuss for that one. I'll just 5 minutes here. Now, the main causes behind batteries catching fire are the thermal abuse. Basically, if the battery gets overheated, first chemical reaction starts, then it causes swelling, followed by toxic gas emissions, and finally fire or explosion. Now, how it gets overheated? There could be different causes, mechanical causes, shock, jerk, damage, and manufacturing defects. There can be electrical causes as well, cell over discharge and internal short circuits, and cell overcharge. I'll just have little bit discussion on electrical aspects because we electrical engineers can take care of these things. We cannot find any solution for the mechanical damages. Anyway, over discharge means discharging below permissible limit. I mentioned that the lithium-ion batteries can be discharged up to 20%. In some cases, it is 0% also. So at the minimum discharge level, the battery voltage usually goes to 3.2 volt. So it is recommended that the battery should not be discharged below 3.2 volt. If it is done so, if it is deep discharge or over discharge below minus 10% of SOC, it causes internal short circuits by copper deposition. Just I have taken one snap here. So this is 2R electrodes. So if it is discharged below minus 10% SOC, then across the electrolyte some copper deposition will be there. Okay. So this is basically the equivalent circuit. This is the voltage generated voltage of the battery. Now this is the internal resistance. This internal resistance is caused due to electrolyte connection leads, etc. And this is the internal short circuits. This has been caused due to deep discharge over discharge. So if deep discharge has caused internal short circuits, then even if when the batteries are not in use, some amount of current will be passed through this path. So some amount of heat will be generated. This may cause overheating. Now another thing is that mechanical jerk. How mechanical jerk can cause damage? So if mechanical jerk or damage is there, these two electrodes come together, so internal short circuits can be formed. So again, it may cause overheating. Now, overcharge. So it is recommended that cells should not be overcharged above 100% SOC. At 100% SOC, usually the battery voltage varies in the range of 4.2 volt. If more power is pushed into the battery, even if when it has stored it has reached 100% stored up charge, it has stored full amount of charge, then the excess amount of charge pushed into the battery basically gets converted to heat. So it causes heat generation. So that is not, that should be taken care of. So apart from that, I'll just, okay, let me mention this one, 2 minutes again here. So a large battery pack is formed by series parallel combination of cells, many cells, and even if all cells are taken from the same manufacturer with same batch number, their characteristics might not be same. There might be some little difference in their characteristics, and due to during usage also the characteristics differ by a lot. So in a single string, for this string, so any say this P cell has been degraded over a long usage of long period, internal short circuit has been formed, or maybe whatever reason. Now this weak cell, this is the P1 is the weak cell. So during charging on the entire string, it charged by same amount of current, then same amount of charge is pushed in each cell. So weakest cell charge at a faster rate than the others. So what may happen during charging? The weakest cell may charge to its full capacity of 4.2 volt, while the other strings have not yet been fully charged. At this point, charging of the entire string needs to be stopped. Otherwise, overcharging may cause further damage to the weak cell. So this is the thing. So in this way, to protect this particular cell, so we could not charge all the healthy cells to their full capacity. Again, during discharging, so the series connected cells discharge at the same rate. So the weaker cell, once again, it discharges at a faster rate than the others. So it may happen during discharging, it may discharge to the minimum level of 3.2 volt, while at this moment discharging from the entire string needs to be stopped, while all other cells have still some charge stored into them. So during the charging, we could not charge the healthy cells to the full capacity, and during discharging also, we could not take entire charge from the healthy cells. As a result, we could not properly utilize all of the healthy cells. Now, for any electric vehicle or for any solar power system, battery storage is a very expensive affair. I can give a data in respect of electric vehicle. It costs around 40 to 50% for electric vehicle. So when large amount of money has been invested in installing a large battery pack, if we cannot use it to its full capacity, so there is a improper utilization of the money investment. So for that one, to avoid the systems, battery management system is provided, which basically protects the battery from getting charged and over discharged. Apart from that, they also help in charge balancing. What is done in this way? Charge is taken from the cell which is getting overcharged, and by taking charge from it, it is transferred to another cell whose SOC is at minimum level. In this way, some charge balancing is done. If charge balancing can be done, then the entire pack can be used to a better capacity. This way, so once again, I mentioned that the battery management system. So if it has to do the charge balancing, then again we need to take a help of DC-DC converters. So I'll not go any more detail. There could be many DC-DC converters. There can be some non-isolated DC-DC converters. There could be some isolated DC-DC converters, and there are very popular application of bidirectional isolated DC-DC converter. I mentioned for that one, that is to integrate battery storage or IRFC to the DC bus of grid connected solar power system with hydrogen storage. That is popularly told as the dual active bridge DC-DC converter. Now, whatever may be the topology of the DC-DC converter, whatever converter you take, a consumer demand or demand is to use converter with minimum size, weight, and cost. This is the first demand, most prioritized demand. Next to it is the efficiency, must be operated at high efficiency. And third one is the improved reliability. These factors being considered nowadays by all vendors. Nobody wants any system which gets failure frequently. So mean time to failure should be as much as possible. So whatever converter topology you take for your system, it will be having semiconductor switch, diode, inductor, may have transformer, capacitor, filter, and heatsink. Always design the components in such a way that the size and weight is optimized. Cost should be as low as possible. At the same time, no compromise on efficiency is allowed, and reliability should be considered with highest priority. Just I have told some of the outlines that in solar power system, in distributed renewable systems, we need to use many types of converters, power electronic converters, for integrating the renewable energy sources, So these objectives are always to be kept in mind. This is from my side. I just mentioned some highlighted some important points because this was general discussion, and any further discussion with the more design concepts that are beyond the scope. Anyway, thank you. So if I'll be happy if I can address few of your queries in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Saha. It was a really an informative and enriching lecture. It was a wonderful presentation, a lot of things to know, and I hope all the participants has gained a lot of information and regarding these things. So from this quick, we will move towards a quick question answer session.
Sure.
So from the participant, if you have any question, please write down in the chat box, or you can unmute your microphone and ask to us, sir. Any question? Kindly write down in the chat box. We have a few quick 5 minute
Or,
question
or,
answer.
or alternatively, you can do one thing. I have given my phone number and email also. You can
Yes,
anytime you can contact me because
yes, sir.
already it's your new session will be started probably. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We have 5 minutes left. So
Okay. Okay. Sure. Okay. No
within that,
problem.
if your email ID and phone number is visible in the screen, so from the participant, if you have any question or doubt, you can
Yeah.
ask in chat box, or later you can contact with our
Yes,
expert.
that will be better also. This was
Yes,
basically a general discussion. No specific was there things. Yeah.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, yes, sir. So we'll wait for 5 minutes for any
Sure.
questions. Then we'll move forward to our next session. So from one question from our participant
Actually,
Manjunath D.
can you
That,
read the question? Actually, I cannot see.
yes, 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 sir. I will read, sir.
Uh, no,
How
I cannot
can,
use. Actually, I frequently use the Google Meet, so I cannot.
yes, sir, yes,
I
sir,
can
yes, I
able with that
can
one.
understand. No issues,
Yeah,
sir. So the question
find
is,
it.
how can green hydrogen be
Uh,
safely and efficiently transported through existing natural gas pipelines?
no. Natural gas pipeline it cannot be done. Actually, hydrogen it is stored in one 700 bar or so. I don't know actually how much pressure is allowed in a natural gas pipeline, but while transporting the hydrogen, it is usually done at around 200 bar or so, 175 or more. So if that pipeline can withstand this much of pressure, then it can be done. But simultaneously, it cannot be done. It will be mixed, no? Yeah. So if you have a separate pipeline, you can do it.
Yes, sir, yes.
Now
Thank
I
you,
can see
sir.
the chat box. Sorry, sorry. Okay.
Yes, sir. So, any further question, please ask in the chat box. We have 1 or 2 minutes left. Having any more question, we can ask.
How? Yes. Actually, hydrogen is the future, but much installations, much work has not yet been done. Only very recently, our country has set the target for National Hydrogen Mission. And I remember even 2 years ago, our DST flooded many, actually DST advertisement were there for many funded research projects on improving the storage capacity or some hydrogen transportation, this aspect. This means our country wants a lot of research in respect of hydrogen storage, hydrogen and hydrogen transport. It was there.
Right, right. So, um, I, I think that's all for today's session. So, for any other question or any other queries, sir phone number and email ID is provided. They can contact sir and discuss
Surely.
for
You are
their
always
query.
welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for this
Thank
enriching
you.
lecture, sir. Thank you so much. And now we'll move forward to our next session, sir.
Yeah. So, can I sign out?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Once
Thank-
again, thank you, organizers, for giving me the beautiful platform.
Sir,
Thank you. Yeah.
Yes, yes. From audience, is there? Any question?
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much for joining with us, sir. It was
Thank
our
you. Thank
pleasure
you.
to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Hope to meet you again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, over to you, Rahul, sir, for the next session.
Uh, Thank you, sir. So for the final technical session, we have Dr. Annas Majumdar, a researcher from University of Cagliari, Italy, who will discuss recent trends in solar energy. So Annas, sir, are you there, sir? Hello, sir. Sir, can you check the audio and sir, the cannot hear, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Now,
so I
now it
have
is
to,
audible.
yeah, so I have to speak without a microphone. Okay, so I share my screen.
Yes, sir, we can check that.
If it's visible, kindly tell me.
Yes, sir, it is visible. If you can full
Is it
screen.
visible? Yeah, I'm coming. Can you see it?
Sir, can you, yes, sir, this full screen, sir, now.
Is it okay? Is visible? Please confirm
Yes,
me that
sir.
is audible and visible.
Yes, it is audible and visible.
Okay, thank you. First
Okay,
of
sir.
all, good afternoon from Italy and good evening everyone present in India. As
Yeah,
already
I'd like
kindly,
to sir, introduce, sir. Sorry to interrupt, sir. I'll just introduce you. So, for the
I,
final technical session, we have Dr. Andas Majumdar, sir. He has obtained his master's degree in energy engineering from the University of Cagliari, Italy, and his PhD from the University of Sarnello, Italy, with a research focus on risk and sustainability in environmental engineering systems. He's currently a researcher in the Department of Civil, Environmental, and Architectural Engineering at the University of Cagliari. Dr. Mazumdar has authored nearly 25 referred publications in high impact journals. His research interests include energy efficient and sustainable systems, solar PV cooling methods, sustainable green energy generation, energy efficient buildings, composite materials, and integrated retrofitting. His international academic work and collaborations have highlighted his commitment to advancing solar technologies and sustainable energy solutions. We are honorable to have you with us, sir, Dr. Andas, sir.
thank you. Thank you for the nice presentation. May I have the permission to start or you want to say
Yes, sir.
something more?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So you can carry forward. Yes, sir, you can start, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. As I was telling previously, good afternoon from Italy because it's near about 1 o'clock here, and good evening to everyone present in India. And I would like to thank for the nice presentation, and really I am happy and honored to be here today, able to present this session. And I hope you will enjoy. It's not so much technical, but some case studies I would like to present. So my I'm not able to go forward. Why? Okay. So my speech will start with some introduction. Introduction will be some graphical representation because we engineers believe in data, and data can be experimental data or statistical data. We believe in data. Then I would like to talk something about PV cooling system, which is very interesting. I hope for you will be enjoying. Then I'll talk about the floating PV, and then I'll present a real case study here we have done in the University of Cagliari. Now, energy is life. We know this all because without energy we can't do anything. So, but if you go around the world, millions of peoples they live without reliable electricity, and I call it, or generally it has been called as energy poverty. But this energy poverty is closely connected to the water poverty. And without electricity, we can't pump or purify water. You know this thing. Without water, the community can live a healthy life. So energy and water access both are the key factor to reduce poverty and improving the people's life. Even United Nations, I think you all know about United Nations sustainable goals, those who are in the academics or in the research sector. United Nations promotes and encourages to eradicate energy poverty and water poverty through better cooperation between private and public sectors, to encourage the use of clean energy, climate action, etc. Now, you see here how the growth electricity demand has increased with time from 1990 to 2024. Here you see that the growth has increased exponentially, where China also increased the same way, but India, the demand is increasing, but not so much as the China. So it understands clearly why China is growing so much. Now, India is a key example. Over the past 2 decades, it worked really hard. This need to be said, to bring the electricity to the rural areas. Many millions of now have electricity at home, but I come from West Bengal, but when I go back to my home, every day, 1 or 2 hours, we live without electricity. Why? Because of frequent power cuts, unstable supply, reliance on the pollution backup generators, etc. For a country as like our in India, solving this problem is essential to growth and development, but it's not easy, as we all know. Now, most of the electricity produced in the world or in India are produced from coal. This graph, which is showing us, is very recently published data, is 2025. If you see in India, the majority of the electricity is produced from the coal, and that is not good. Now, if you see China, Australia, United States, even in Italy, the use of coal is reducing, but in India, in our case, it's increasing. And this is the major factor for the air pollution, then the greenhouse effect, the gases, everything. Now, I live in Italy, so I'd like to do a comparative analysis. Here, if we compare India, Italy, India is using about 75% of energy or electricity from coal, whereas in Italy it's near about 2%. So here, more green energies are produced from the photovoltaic, then wind, then other sources, green sources. Now, the link between coal and emissions is very much clear. For every unit of electricity, the coal produces more carbon dioxide than oil or gas. As you can see here in this chart, it also releases harmful gases and tiny particles that causes health issues. In India, those who live near this kind of energy producing industries, people nearby, they really suffer from lungs diseases. Every solar plant we install reduces the need of the coal and helps to cut emissions. So we have to be more greener in future as possible. Now, this is also a very interesting map, and you can see the electricity access has improved a lot in the world. Most of the Asia has nearly universal access to electricity now. But if you go to the Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, which is the African middle side, the people are still living without any reliable power. This inequality is important to understand, and we'll see later also. Without electricity, communities miss of course, education, healthcare, jobs, solar, and especially small rooftop and green offshore system. They are coming up there. And in the next slide, you can see it. Now, I'm talking about the water crisis, or here in when I'm talking about energy. This I will explain later why I'm talking about the water, because water conservation is very important. It's just serious as the energy poverty, because climate change, pollution, overuse of means fresh water supplies is harming the community and the growth. Now, you see, this is a picture I took from internet, of course, in Delhi, and this is South India. The people are deprived of pure water, and people are fighting for having water. Although we are having a lot of sweet water. If you see River Ganga, but those water is not potable. And the same in Africa. People are collecting water, this kind of small water holes. Okay, so now if you see in 2024, this is the share of electricity production through the renewable sources. India is much behind if you compare with to even Africa. I'm talking about renewable sources, not the demand. Now, if you go, renewables are no longer optional extras. They are becoming central part of our energy system. Investments in solar and wind are growing faster, as you know. Even the outpacing solar fossil fuel, you see the graph here, the fossil fuel is reducing, renewables is increasing, but the pace is not so faster. Still, fossil fuel dominate the global power supply. Until very recently, electricity from the fossil fuels is far cheaper. This is the main reason from the renewables. But nowadays, the energy price and the cost of PV panels are reducing. So these renewables are getting a little bit momentum. Now, I go back a little bit. This graph I told you here, you see the Africa, Central Africa, or the South American, they are producing electricity more from the renewable sources, and this here you can see it in the green, the line at the top, low income countries, they are using more renewable sources for the production of electricity. Okay, here in this graph, you can see why the price, why the photovoltaic is gaining momentum, because the prices are reducing drastically. If you see from 1975 and to the 2024, the price is much more cheaper. So it's more affordable for everyone to have photovoltaics, even in African countries. So if you go to an African country, you'll find in a hut where poor communities they are living, they have solar panels and access to electricity. Now, here you can see the installed solar capacity around the world is growing very rapidly. And China is always much ahead of us if you compare to India. So I am repeatedly telling this is one of the main reasons why China is developing so faster. And we are still behind because of our policies, and there are many constraints in India. Now, solar power generation around the globe in this map you can see. Again, I have to compare with China. China is they are producing about 834-35 terawatt power, while India is producing 133 in comparison. So again, we are producing much less. Now, application of PV panels. We know that solar power is used in many ways today. We see solar powered lights in the villages. We go any village in India, we find solar power lights. Even in my village is available. Solar pumps for farming is very useful and used everywhere in the world. Solar panels powering satellites in space. This was done much before it has been used commercially when in the space. And the newer trend of building integrated PV and the solar panels are the part of wall, windows, roofs of buildings are also coming up. Like it's called building integrated PV, where the PV panels are here. You can see this I'm talking about. Here, mostly the PV panels are placed on the wall or on the roof as a part of the wall system. It's not a separate, like if when you talk about rooftop, they are placed separately, but in this case, it's a part of the building. Okay, those who are those who are from engineering community, they know very well that most commonly and commercially used are monocrystalline, polycrystallines, and sometimes thin film, and other the important research are also going on around the world where maximum the efficiency arrived near about 30-40%, but generally the commercially used solar panels, they go up to near about 20%. That is also lab condition. Now, it's very important to know the performance factor. A solar panel's performance depends on many factors. The performance of a PV system is subjective. Why? As maximum power output varies with the operation temperatures. This is very important for a country like us or Africa. I'm telling, or we know that we can put solar panels, but with time, with summer, the temperature rises, the productivity or production of the electricity or energy reduces with the increase of temperature. Then performance also depends on the module materials. Then of course where it has been placed, whether it's under shadow or not. In Europe or in India also, they use tracking solar system, so that solar system can track the solar the sun to produce more energy. And also it's very important that dust and soil can reduce the efficiency of the solar panel, and therefore is it very important to clean regularly within a regular interval of time the solar panels for better and constant efficiency. The conversion efficiency of the incident solar radiation to the electricity is typically in the range of 6 to 20%, near about, and the efficiency decrease with the rate of 0.5% for every 1 degree of rise of temperature. So I told you, with the increase of temperature, the efficiency reduces. For this reason, I'll talk about the cooling system later. Now here two graphs are representing the current voltage and power voltage graph. You can see here with the rise of temperature, the power also reduces. The voltage decreases with the increase of temperature. Now PV cooling. We'll talk about little bit PV cooling. Now the solar panel's performance depends on many factors, as I already told you. The temperature is very important factor. The cooling is important not just for efficiency but also for the life of the panel. This need to be remembered. If the panel run too hot, they get aged faster and break down sooner. Notably, the efficiency of the panel can be increased with the reduction of panel temperature. This I'm repeatedly telling. Now, the cooling techniques. There are mainly cooling techniques can be categorized in the three categories, that is active cooling, passive cooling, and combined cooling. What is the active cooling process? It's a natural cooling process. No electromechanical techniques are necessary to cool anything, means the panel. Whereas the active cooling process is a forced cooling process where external energy is necessary to run electromechanical devices, like to cool down the PV temperature generally. And combined cooling is a combination of passive and active cooling, where you can put just one example. You can put the solar panel on a water, and you can spray water. So you are using water actively and passively both way. Now, there are many pros and cons of the cooling system. Every cooling system has its strengths and weaknesses. Notably, the passive system are much cheaper because you don't use any pump or anything. But if you compare with the active system, it's not efficient. But because active system, you can control what you want to do. But active system need more maintenance, so it's more costlier. Installation price is also high. If you ask, if you read the literature, you will find that water-based cooling can be very efficient, but if you go to a dry country like in Africa, it's not feasible, of course. And a hybrid system give great result, but is too much complex. Therefore, is the choice of engineer uh, based on the cost, climate, or resources. They need to choose which system to be implemented. Now I talk a little bit about passive cooling. As already I have told you, the passive cooling means letting the nature to work generally, where you put the panel under a moving air or on a water without anything, but it will cool down naturally. Now, passive cooling also can be characterized in three categories. Mainly, if you read the literature, they talk mainly three. There is air cooling, water cooling, or conduction cooling. Now, air cooling. Using a natural air under or around the panel, you can reduce the panel temperature. Whereas water cooling, here you use the water as a heat sink. Okay, or you can roll over water the panel to eliminate or reduce the temperature as you want. Whereas conduction cooling, using a special material like heat pipe or phase change materials that can absorb the heat are also used. And there are many studies are going around the world on this also. Here, some example I would like to. Hello, somebody said something. Okay. Here, I'd like to report some, present some cases of passive cooling. And you see here, in the case of air passive cooling, here the authors have used the natural air cooling system to lower the PV temperature. In the first case, I'm talking about this one. If you see here at the down, this is the air passage. It has been compared with another panel which doesn't have this system. So these companies use the air passage below the modified panel, and the authors they have reported that due to this cooling system, near about 7.5% efficiency has increased. They have claimed this. Now this one, the water passive cooling, this was our case study. Means we have done this study in our university, and we have seen that the panel is just placed above near about 7 centimeters above the water surface, and the temperature of the reduced a lot, which I'll talk in the case study, and the efficiency increased near about 17%. It's not bad. And in the third case, here you see this conduction cooling. Here the authors fabricated two PV cooling system, as you can see, using a micro heat pipe array, and air water have been used in the system as a natural heat removal medium. They have used both. In the system with air, the authors noted that temperature lowering and the increment of the output power and efficiency is near about, if you talk about increment of efficiency is near about 2.6%, not so much, but something. When they have used the water, in the case, the efficiency increased near about 3%, little bit more than air cooling. Now, as I was talking about phase change material, this is also known as PCM. There are many scholars or researchers, they use the phase change material also to reduce the temperature of the solar panel. They are experimental. These are the materials. Phase change material is a material that melt when they absorb heat. As they melt, they can keep the temperature stable. For example, this PCM container can be placed behind the panel, as you are seeing in the two figures on the left side. Here you can see here this blue, sky blue, are the phase change material representation. Sorry. And these are the like brackets, metal brackets they put inside there behind the panel. The study shows that PCM or phase change material can reduce the panel temperature by several degrees, making the panels more efficient without extra energy use. So you are not using any extra energy. Okay, you have a cost for PCM. You buy it, you place it, and it does its own work. In the case one here, this one, they have used it's a fission material is called RT35HC. It's a organic paraffin. They have used it at the back of the panel. As you can see, this white, visible white color here is a little bit like a glue. You can see some feelings. You can see it. They have the authors have reported that the temperature it has been dropped near about 11 degrees Celsius, and the efficiency increased by 9%. So it's a huge if you compare. And in the second case here, you can see it's not visible so well. Here, another authors, they have used this system where small blocks, and they have used like this, and they have used the fin. And these fins used for also dissipate the heat energy. Now, I'd like to talk about active cooling. I'm sorry, here is written passive cooling, but it should be a mistake. It should be active cooling. And in the active cooling process, the external energy is necessary, as I already mentioned, for auxiliary cooling system. The active cooling techniques is predominantly found in the literature using water cooling, air cooling. They can be defined as a forced cooling process where external energy is necessary to power the pump or fan, whatever you use to reduce, but you need energy anyway. And there are hybrid cooling where they use air, water, combination of very liquids, these things. So here are some example of active cooling systems. In the passive cooling system, you have seen these are the same author. They have used natural cooling, and here they're using active cooling. And here in the figure, you can see that a forced convection configuration has been used where the fan has been placed underneath, where the air has been channeled under or through the PV panel. And they have studied in three different velocities, that is 2 meters per second, 3 meter per second, 4 meter per second. And they have reported to achieve the maximum decrement of the temperature is like 15 degree, and efficiency also increased by 15 degree. It's as reported by the author. In this case, on the right side, you can see that it's an innovative PV and T system where a single pass double flow channel and non-uniform transverse reeve have been used, which uses air as a coolant. Here also the air has been used as a coolant. And they have talked about a reduction of temperature of near about 35 degree, they said, where the efficiency increased near about 14.23 to 14.81% with various velocities. Now we go for active air cooling. Now water also can be challenged by pump or other medium, or spray or sprinkle, and you can use as the cooling system. And water cooling is the most powerful because it can be found in literature. If you read some papers, you find water cooling is the most powerful. Water can be sprayed at the top of the panel, as I was mentioned, or in this picture you see here, the water is passing above the panel. This is I'm telling top cooling. And in this case, the improvement found to be 42%. The power improved near about 42%. Whereas in this figure, you see here, water sprinklers, they are using at the back of the panel. Here, I think you can see it, back of the panel. And they have sprayed near about 1.3 liters per minute. And they reported that efficiency improved between 9% to 12%. And the power production improved from 8 to 12% to more than 12% actually. Now these are two separate cases, and this is a single case where where the authors, they have used both case, means top cooling and bottom cooling. And in this case, the PV cooling technique, this is a very interesting PV cooling technique where you use both sides. And they said that near about 30%, 30 degrees Celsius of temperature has been reduced, and the efficiency increased from 16% to 17%. That is the range they have mentioned. Okay, so active. This is also another active cooling where PVT system are used, and as you can see, two systems have been realized, and their performance was studied. One uses, if you see here, one uses water, whereas other uses a mixture of water and other nanoparticles as a coolant. And here you can see two systems. Here you can see nanofluid and water. So the nanofluid provide to be the better performer as a coolant, reported by the the authors. I'm telling what authors are telling. And the efficiency improved near about 27.3%, near about, when they have this is a comparison between the water cooling, these two. Sorry. Okay. Now this is I talked about PCM, or phase change material. If you remember previously, I told about passive cooling, where you put the PCM at the back of the panel and you don't do anything. But in this case, this is active cooling PCM cooling system. In this case, the authors have studied two active cooling systems, and they have reported the efficiency increment near about 23%. Now, you can cool your solar panel using this kind of fan also, which are powered by the PV panels you see here. And but here in this case, the improvement is not so much, it's only 0.5%. But I wanted to show you this case because it's something different you might not have been seen. So I am trying to put you or put here all the cases possible around the globe. All the researches has been done in this field. Now, as already I mentioned, there are always pros and cons of all the systems. So here also the cooling system having also some pros and cons. In some cases, there are cheaper, like air cooling, water cooling. I'm talking about passive. They can be cheaper, but when you go for active cooling, they are much costlier. And in some cases, the coolant which can be harmful also. Now, I start here with a little bit love. This is a great initiative in India in 2017. You see here one Tamil Nadu minister, he tried to put this thermocol to save water, and it has been published in the news. So I've taken from the newspaper, and I always show this case because they have spent near about 10 lakh rupees just to save water. But what is the result? A baby also can understand that if you put polyester or thermocol like this, the wind will blow it away. So it's useless. It's a waste of money. How much public money has been wasted only doing this thing? The best result could be using floating PV. The question can arise, at the time floating PV was there. Yes, in other countries, in America, in Italy, already it has been started. So it's a great way to cover the water body to save water. Okay, now if you see, there's a huge increase in floating plant around the globe. With time, it's increasing, and the floating plant are also known as FPV in short form, or floating PV. Here you don't put on the land, you just directly put on the lakes or rivers, and there are many beneficiaries or benefits of this implementation. Of course, there are also some disadvantages. Okay, Now, why floating PV? I'm talking about floating PV because this technology is really growing very faster in worldwide. Even in India, there are many floating plants has been constructed. This way, we can save land. Of course, India, is a agricultural country, and most of our PV plants has been constructed on the agricultural land. If you go to Punjab or other part of our country in India, you see many agricultural land has been occupied with solar panels. It can be avoided, and at the same times, water is precious. The rainwater, which can preserve it in a pond or a lake, and we put solar panel over it. As I have told you, the shadowing effect of the PV panel reduce the evaporation, so water remain there in the pond. Okay, and also because of the presence of water, sometimes evaporate fall on the panel, and it reduce the dustiness of the panel. and uh, and of course it's a bit better cooling and high efficiency, as I already have told you, because the presence of water reduce the temperature of the panel. And in this case, if you put the panel on water, it's natural cooling. You don't have to use any fan, blower, nothing. It's natural cooling, so you are reducing the temperature of the panel. You are increasing the efficiency of the panel. Now, there are many ways you can put your PV panels. It can be mount on the floats. Here you see it's not touching the water. Another case, you can directly put on the water without any structure. This is our case where it was not on the water, not on the float, but above the water. You can partially submerge the panel also, and also fully submerge the panel as you want. These two cases are, you don't see so much commercially, okay, because these are mostly experimental. Okay. Now there are many advantages of PV panel. I already told, again I repeat that the efficiency production increases, water evaporation reduce. These are the dual positive effect. You in a poor country or where there is less rain, the water can be collected during the rainy season, and these panels can save water, and the water will be staying there. Otherwise, this water evaporate and it rain somewhere else. So this could be very nice to have some projects to collect water and save water this way. And also you produce energy. You produce more energy, of course. You save the agricultural land. This is very important. And there are many research which says that if you put on water, the production increase in the early morning, water quality improve. Sometimes they say water quality improve, but in some cases, some studies, they have said the quality and the life under water also, means the ecosystem underwater also is affected by solar panel. So this reducing out of the water quality is a questionable point. Of course, these advantages, they are very costly. You can't compare with respect to the land based because it's more complicated. You need special structure. You need special designing. Your everything should be waterproof. And of course, there is also risk. If there is wave, then thunderstorm, they can flown away. They can be damaged. But for this reason, the anchoring system is very much costlier to anchor these floats. And as I was mentioning, the cost is very high. So you can see here the capital cost is mentioned in, of course, in USD, but you can convert in rupees and you can see. In Europe, the installation cost is near about 2 million to 12 million per megawatt. Then there is also operating cost, because operating cost will be higher than land-based, because you need to be more careful about this. Now, this is a very much real case study, and here this was one of the first studies, and it has been studied in Korea, if I'm not wrong. And here authors have compared the floating plant with land-based plant. Okay, and they have studied, you see, from February to January. So it's a long period they have studied. And what they have found, that if you see here in the blue, the floating PV, they are producing much more than the land-based plant. And they have mentioned that they have put near about the tilt angle of the solar panel was 33 degree, and whereas ground base was 30 degree. This was only the difference if you compare. And but the efficiency, as they have provided in the paper, the was increased near about 11%. So you are producing higher energy. So this is very important. Now, this is the first, this is the first in the world. This is the first PV solar panel in Japan. And here you can see that here also they have compared the same two cases. One is on water, another is land-based. And the floating plant is, they have put near about tilt angle 1.3 degree. And the interesting thing is that they used to spray the water uh, at every 10 minutes interval for 1 minute, from morning 8 to 5, if I'm not wrong, if I'm remembering well. So it was whole day when sun was there, they used to do this every after 10 minutes for 1 minute spraying water. So is, I want to highlight here, this when you are talking about spraying water is a active cooling system. So the authors, they have reported that in the summer months the production increased drastically, and they have said the temperature dropped the panel near about 25%. Sorry, not percent, I'm sorry, 25 degrees Celsius. Okay, so I go to the first PV plant in Italy because I'm in Italy, so I think I should say something about Italy also. This is a company. They were enthusiastic about this PV plant in 2010. Has been done, and they have reported that because of the water cooling, okay, they are giving a range from 5% to 5% to 20% increment of electricity. Of course, it depends on the months, solar radiations, and everything. And they have justified that this is due to the cooling effect, of course, and as a panel have lower working temperature, they are more performant. And another advantage they have reported, because in Italy it snow, so this is very important. They have noted this thing that when it snow, solar panels are covered with snow, because I'm talking about winter season. Because of panels on water, they used to defrost much earlier with respect to the land-based panels. So this is another advantage, which is maybe indirect advantage, but advantage. So the panels start producing much earlier with respect to the other ground-mounted or roof-based rooftop plants. This is the first plant in India, and it has been constructed in Kolkata, and it was very small, 10 kilowatt, but it is very encouraging because I wanted to show it because it was in India, so, and in Kolkata. Now other experimental PV, those most of them I have shown before are experimental and commercial, and here mostly experimental. Here they have put on a float. Here you see, as I have told you, is without any structure, just placed on the water. Now, if you ask, is there anything has been observed? The author said we could not find anything. It's just a trial. So there is nothing improvement has been observed in this case. Now, this is our case. I told you there is increment of energy, also reduction of evaporation of water, which I'll talk in the case study. And in this case, these are the partially submerged panels. Here you see the the reduction or electrical efficiency increase near about temperature reduced, and therefore electrical efficiency increased from 19 to 24%. Okay, so here the same author of the previous, they have studied what happened when I increase the tilting angle and I put more the portion of a panel in water, like 12%, 4% or 12% more or 24% more. What happened then? Then they found that the same case, the energy efficiency increased, but they have all, because this is, I'm telling from another paper, the same authors, they have said that if you go beyond certain how can I say, certain depth of water, your panel doesn't produce or more, because there is a problem of reflection, refraction, whatever. And here is fully submerged, and the same authors, they have studied this one. So if you're interested, please go and study. These are very interesting papers. Now I would like to show some commercially installed panels. Here you see, here in Japan, they have used, this is a rain to this, as I was saying, that this can be done in the country where the very lack, means less, it rain very less. And so when it rain, collect the water, put PV panel, you save the water, and you also have energy production more. Here, this is a rice irrigation pond. Here also, water is important for your irrigation purpose. This is in South Korea. This is also in the irrigation pond. This is in dam in Portugal. Okay, so this is in USA. This is in okay, I'm just not seeing properly. Okay, this is in Italy. Now floating PV system helps to reduce evaporation. This already I've told you, by acting as a protective layer over the water bodies. First, they provide water surface shading, as I was telling, it shade the water, and it blocks effective sun rays and reduces the evaporation of the water by heating. So the water temperature is lower, so evaporation is lower, and evaporation also responsible when there is wind speed, so it's also reduce the wind speed. And these are some results. These are some experimental and numerical. Mostly the evaporation part are studied or calculated based on numerical calculations. Two experiments, as you can see, the first one is hours, that is hours, and the second one is there. So in our case, the water surface was 70% cover, so 30% water was less evaporated. I'll talk about in our case study. Whereas if you go for numerical, up to 60% it can reduce. The authors, they claim. Now I'd like to talk about a case study which has been done in our university with the help of our students. So now I think you will enjoy this case study. So this is the setup. You see, two panels were used. One is on water, another is outside water. The outside water is the reference panel, and inside water is the panel which has been observed for this purpose. And we try to keep the water clean as much as possible, but it was not possible because we are in an island full of birds, so they used to come and they used to destroy everything. So anyway, and here you can see, here these are the evaporation measurement we have done. And here you see some instruments we have used. So the research work or the experimental work started from the designing, the construction, and how to put the panels. It was all done by the students. So they have been given to start doing this thing, analyzing and calculating. So this was the second stage. This was done in the lab, and the second stage we took the structure on our rooftop. You see here is a 3-floor building, so we took above the roof, and we installed the panels there, and we try to do to fill the water. Water was not, because we put the plastic, was not working, because there are some spines, so is to crack the plastic, water is to go out. So we started many ways to solve the problem, and then at the end we put a waterproof paint. It worked little bit, then we put plastic. So project was located in it was this is taken from the Google. So it's in Italy, and the coordination you can see here. As I was telling that there are many equipments have been used to monitor the panel temperature. We have used the thermocouple. Here, pyranometer for measuring the solar radiations. Here for collecting all the data. And this is very simple techniques we have used to measure the height of the water is changing. It can be done anywhere very simply. And here you see, here we have used PT 100 or to use the surface temperature of the water, and you see the different the panel are near about 7 to 8 centimeter higher than the water level. So these are the preliminary setup, how we have placed the thermocouple behind the panel. We have used behind the panel, because we have noticed previously in our experiments that behind the panel the temperature is more with respect to the other part because of these brackets. So when it hits, the heat accumulate in this part. So this is a simple calculation. Everyone know how much load we should have. So this is a simple calculation we have done. We have choose these R-coil resistors, and in our lab we have a solar light. So we did all the preliminary tests, how the panels are working, lab characterization. Here we have done. Then we have done here outside the structure. And you see here, we have calculated the fill factor based on experiment, and the panel was not good quality. I have to accept it, because this is a I'm sorry to use the word Chinese, but anyway, this is this was a panel which we bought cheaply from China. So the measurements has been done outside now at different solar radiation. As you can see, the current voltage, blah blah blah, everything, this thing I'm not going, but our fill factor is, this is the range, near about plus minus 70. And the panel temperatures are always measured to understand the behavior of the panel, how it working. We have collected the temperature, humidity, and wind velocity. These are the ambient conditions we have monitored. Of course, I must say that ambient conditions also influence the performance of the panel a lot. So this need to be studied. The same, this is for panel 1, this is for panel 2. And we have drawn the curve. You see, with the increment of, these are very simple, everyone know this thing, that with the increment of the solar radiation, the production increased. And now the effect, we have studied also the effect of temperature on the production. So as I was telling, you see here the wind velocity is different. Okay, humidities are changing. Ambient temperature is increasing. This is the only thing which is increasing. Otherwise, these are always fluctuating. So here you see the performance of the panel with the increase of temperature. Our curves are shifting, which is very well known, and if you read any paper or book, is same thing is happen during our experiments also. Now this is very critical, because when you do experiment or measure data outside the lab, you can't control many things. So solar radiations were fluctuating dramatically, and drastically. So sometimes it's 100, next time is 300, next moment is increasing a lot, reducing a lot. So we have categorized this radiation from, means we have done the calculation from 100 to 200, 200 to 300, like this up to 110 to, sorry, 1010, 1100 to 1200. The same for P1 efficiency has been calculated based on that frame, I can say like that. Efficiency of both the panels and the temperature of the both panels. So these are the some results you can see, and you see the efficiency. Sorry, the total temperature reduction of the panel 1 is a little bit complicated. So if you're interested to know about more about this research work, I will advise you to read the paper, and all the formulas, all the calculation, how we have calculated that are explained there very well. So you can understand how we have come to this point, that this calculation, I mean the total reduction of the temperature of the panel 1. When I talk about panel 1, this is the panel 1. So, these are influenced by many things. These are, means first we have done calculation without water. So this basin was without water. So as the basin was closed, the temperature of the panel was much higher with respect to this one, because there's air circulation here or here, which side ever maybe, but this panel was always lower temperature with respect to this one. As I told you, this is a closed basin, so there was no air circulation. So panel was automatically higher temperature. And when we put water inside the basin, the panel temperature become much lower than this panel. And you see the difference here. These are the temperature, lower temperature with respect. This is if you inside wooden basin with water. Now this is with the water, as I was telling you. The same efficiency has been calculated the same way, with and without. And these are some results you can see here. And as I invite you to read this paper, I hope you will enjoy a lot. And I would like to explain very quickly here how we have calculated. You see, when we started our experiment, that the ambient condition temperature was different, because 1 month before, 1 month after changes a lot. And so when we go to the second phase, the ambient temperature was higher, so both panels temperature became higher. And then here the efficiency increased because of the presence of water, the extra. This we wanted to show here in this graph, you can say. Okay, this graph is very nice, is very clear, and you can see here wooden basin without water. As I was mentioning again, that we have when I say wooden basin without water, means the panel is there but water is not there inside the basin. Okay, and this is with water, and this increment is due to, because this is without water, this is with water. So you see the red line, this increment is for two factors. One is solar radiation increasing with time, because if you go from in Italy, if you start working on January and you go on in August, suppose the temperature outside is 11 degree, and next month, means in August, is 35 36 degrees. So and solar radiation is hugely different. So this increment, so panel is also working better, so panel increase its performance, okay, in total, because water is there. So how much is the due to water? This is the calculation. Okay, now I would like to talk about the evaporation. As I was telling previously also, the if you calculate the area of the basin and the panel, near about or circa 7% of the basin was covered with the panel. Okay, so the evaporation was also compared like this way, without and with. First, without anything, means we have not placed any panel in the basin. say it was completely exposed to the sun. So we have seen, and then again we have done with the panel. So and then we have compared how much the reduction is. So for evaporation, we have used the water balance method. This is the easiest and most used method, and these are the some values. And in our case, there was no inflow, outflow, nothing was there. Only a simple calculation. So we have modified this formula to this one, and we have seen that our reduction is approximately 30%, and it's a huge. That means 30% water loss is reduced. So it's remaining with us in the basin. Okay, so what we see from here, we see that the floating solar having dual positive effect. First of all, I'm putting the solar panel on water. Of course, I'm reducing the evaporation. So I'm reducing the water evaporation by keeping it in the same place where it should be. If it's not like that, the water, suppose water is, I'm just, it's a stupid example, can be like in Kolkata, the water is evaporated, but it's raining in Bangladesh. So my water is going to Bangladesh. So to avoid that, if we can use, if we can cover the water, so we can have we have more water. It can think about Africa, where the rain is very less, and once in a blue moon there is rain. If they can collect that water and preserve that water for them, they can use for many things. They can drink, they can use for other activities. Secondly, one side is water evaporation, the second side is panel efficiency. You see, in our case, this I'm talking about our case, is 17% with relative to the other panel, it increased. That means 17% more electricity or energy you have. And of course, this is due to the temperature reduction. The average temperature reduction we found near about 2.7%. Thank you very much for your attention. If you have any question, you can ask, please. Hello. Hello.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really an enriching session and wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
now we'll be having a question answer session, sir. So from the
Okay.
audience, if you
But
have
I
any
was in.
question,
I think
yes, sir.
I took a little bit less time. I should have take more. No, 7 minutes.
Yes, sir. We have some time, so we'll move forward to question answer session. One brief
Okay,
question
fine.
answer session from the
Mhm.
audience. So from the audience, if you're having any question, kindly put in the chat box or you can ask. We'll be waiting for some time. Or any questions, sir, to our expert.
Participants, if there is any questions, kindly ask in the chat box or can directly ask to the speaker.
It's already evening 6. What is the time in India now? I think 6 something.
The 6-5.
6:05. So people are very tired. Whole day they are following.
Participants, kindly ask any question. So there's a question from P. Viswas. The question is solar energy really sustainable?
Which energy? Sorry.
Is solar energy really sustainable? The question is
Ah,
from C.
very good. What is the name of the person? Can I know, please?
P. Viswas.
Okay, thank you, Mr. P. Viswas, for asking this nice question. It's very, very, very interesting question. in one way it's sustainable because you buy the solar panel and you use the solar panel to produce a clean energy. But you think the production procedure, when you produce the solar panel, somewhere you are damaging your earth, you are polluting. So it's a matter of question whether you call it as sustainable or not. But yes, if you see in general, it's sustainable.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the participants? So there is a question from Sobosachi Mukherjee, sir. The question
Yes,
is,
I see it. I can read. I got it. How do floating solar panels affect the water quality, and what measures can be taken to minimize any negative impact? Can floating solar panels be designed to support biodiversity, and if so? Okay. Thank you, Sobosachi, for asking this question. I'm really happy that you have asked this question. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Okay. So yes, exactly. It's a very big challenge because there is biodiversity even in water. So if you put solar panels, in some case, as already I've told you during my presentation, in some cases they claim that water quality improve, but in some cases they say that the water quality become bad. So it directly, because there is shadow, it creates shadow. So the solar rays doesn't reach where it should reach, so the biodiversity changes. So this is a negative impact in some cases, they says. uh,
thank you,
in
sir.
one case, if I'm not wrong, this is a fishery. If I can show you, if I'm not, one example I've shown you probably. Find it. Probably I have not put that one because they have done in Malaysia, they have done one, in one fishery, but no one has studied here what is the condition of those fishes who are living there. So they are telling that okay, it creating some refuge places for the fish because birds can attack. uh, Direct effect need to be studied. This is a very good question. It need to be really studied, what happened under or below the panel. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, sir. There's another question from Dr. Debashri Shaha, GNIT. The question is the solar panel recyclable?
Is the
Is the solar panel recyclable?
Yes, because in some cases they are doing here in Italy. I know our researcher, they are studying on this. So yes, you can say, but it depends. Is questionable also. Thank you for the question.
Any more questions? Any more questions from the participants? So there's a question from Shobhan. What materials are used to anchor the floating type solar panel and how to stabilize it? Hello, sir. Hello, sir. Dr. Anas, sir. Uh, Due to some technical reasons, Dr. Anas has left the chat.
No,
Kindly.
no, I'm here.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what happened. It just I just logged out automatically.
Okay. So there's a question from Shobhan sir. The question is, what materials are used to anchor the floating type solar panel and how to stabilize it?
Repeat again, please.
Yes, sir. The question
Yeah.
is, what materials are used to anchor the floating type solar panel and how to stabilize it?
Prototype of floating solar panel.
Yes, sir. Floating type solar panel and how to stabilize it.
Okay, if I understood well, you are asking that how things can hamper floating solar panel and how. I'm listening very badly. Can you please write it down?
So the question is written in the chat box also. The question is, what materials are used to
Yeah, I got
anchor?
it. Yes, I got it. What materials are used to anchor the floating type solar panel and how it to stabilize it? Okay, fine. Materials are less corrosive materials generally they use, and stabilize there is anchoring system. Generally it is studied by special groups. They see how it depends on the load of the floating system, how much there are many calculations need to be done, like wind velocity, this thing they add to stabilize it. So it's not only the panels you are putting and you are seeing that if it's like, suppose 10 kilo, I have to do a anchoring system for 10 kilo. No, there you have to other loads you have to add, like wind load, other loads, and then you have to do this calculation. So it's not that easy, the stabilizing. And also, when there is wind, the water is moving, the floating system is moving, so it need to be calculated very well.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the participants? There's a question from Joy, sir. The question is, the payback time of the solar panels are very high, and
Yes.
after its life ending, it becomes waste. Is it possible to make it more eco-friendly?
Eco-friendly is you have to recycle. If you think about eco-friendly is like this only, because you have to recycle all the materials for building, like all the things available in a solar panel. You have to recycle them properly. You have to separate them. It's not that you use and throw like this or dumping place. Then you are not recycling, and it's no more eco-friendly because you are harming the nature. But if you can recycle every part, okay, everybody is not possible, but even 90% or 80% of the materials they have used for preparing one panel, that means you are bringing somehow the panel to be eco-friendly. This way you can say. Of course, payback time is high depending on the panel quality, what you are doing, what is the production means capacity. Of course, if you think about the cooling system, if you can do that natural cooling system, I was talking about the floating panel. So you're reduced, of course, yeah. Your if you think the cost of the system is higher, but your production cost also higher. So it's a matter of calculation, the payback time.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the participants?
In case of floating
So
solar
there is a
panels, how
question.
general?
So there is a question from Dr. Pritish Banerjee. The question is, in case of floating solar panels, how generation power connect to grid?
The same you do for the land-based, how to say, the land-based system. It's almost the same. Here, only your system to be more, how to say, water friendly. Otherwise, there are problem of other things. So generally, connection to the grid is almost the same. The other question is by Joy is, are there any latest innovation in the solar energy? Yes, sir. Okay. There are many innovations. So, mostly, as I was telling you, I work mostly for energy building. So, if you ask to me, the in Europe, I think you also have heard about zero energy buildings. So, the concept is to make your building totally zero energy, means you don't take anything from the grid and you produce everything. Okay, you purify your own water, everything, and use it. So if you ask about latest innovation, this part I'm talking about energy building, yes, because we have started integrating solar panels in various ways in building systems. And this is a need of the hour, because European Union is forcing by 2030 all public buildings need to be these, all private building need to be that. So you need to follow that standard, so it need to be integrated very fast. I don't know if I have answered correctly, but I told on the side of building, innovation, and how solar panels are integrated now in the buildings.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions?
And okay, I just want to add one thing, because it came to my mind one thing. The latest innovation, Mr. Joy has asked, there are some solar panels, there are some case studies or studies, research going on, how to use solar panels on the windows. Okay, so to use dual energy, like from solar panel also, and also movement, because when there is wind and the panels they move. So from this movement, how to extract energy. So if you search, you can find some papers, very latest papers on it. So they use some actuators which are connected to the windows, and they vibrate, and they can. It's very less. It's under study. So it's all innovation, slowly. So it can be a part of the latest innovation. Again, I'm telling, it's a part of building integration. So I'm talking a little bit towards that side. Okay, please.
Any more questions from the participants? So there is a question from Steve Viswas. The question
Yeah, I
is,
see. I see. I can read now.
okay,
The
okay.
hybrid solar energy system and the solar energy alone. Which one is more efficient? It depends. In research field, everything is very nice. When you do research work and in your lab, everything is perfect, and your result you're getting excellent result. But when you go for the real implementation, that is a problem. You asked a very nice question. So I think standalone is better. But if you think about lab condition, yes, because the same okay. I promote floating solar. I have promoted my work, it's our work here. But to implement that, like what we have done, you have seen that panel on the water is not touching. Is there is beneath there is air circulation, but to do that in real life is very challenging. So traditionals are, if you see the efficiency or their performance is better. So real life condition and lab conditions are very very different. How much money can we save from solar energy? It depends which kind of solar energy you want. The solar panels is marine feasible? Yes, it's feasible because it already has been done in some cases. How much money? How many set through solar panels? I don't understand the question, Manik. Sorry. What do you mean by this question? How much money we can save solar energy with respect to what? You want to save money? Can you hear, Mr. Manik? Your question, can you rewrite with respect to what you are asking? Okay. How much money? Of course, solar energy is cheaper. Pritish Banerjee is. Thank you for the question, but as I already mentioned, is anchoring system is the main game changer here. You need to have a very good anchoring system.
Any more questions from the participants? So thank you, Dr. Majumdar, for your presentation,
You.
which is not only rich in current research and technological advancements, but it also provided us with a broader vision of how solar energy is evolving to meet the global energy demands sustainably. Your depth of knowledge and clarity of thought, and the way you connected research with practical applications were truly commendable. We sincerely appreciate the time, effort, and expertise you have shared with us today. It was an absolute pleasure to host you, and we look forward for more interactions in the future. Thank you, Dr. Majumdar, for your generous contributions to this program.
Thank you very much for having me here. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Anas. Participants are again reminded there is a online test which is scheduled at 6:40 p.m. The detailed
देंगे।
all participants are again reminded that an online test will be held from your Atal portal at 6:40 p.m. 70% marks is mandatory to get a certificate from the online test. And follow that, there will be a feedback form which will be given, which you need to submit, as well as the feedback form through the Atal portal. And finally, there will be a validity session at 7:30 p.m. So all are requested again to join for the final validity session at 7:30 p.m. Uh, Participants are reminded that the test has started. Kindly log in and attempt the test from your Atal portal. Good evening, all. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused due to the Atal portal issues, which appear to be the result of heavy traffic. To ensure that you are still able to complete the online test, as we have shared a Google form containing the test questions. You may proceed to attempt the test using the link provided. We kindly request all the participants to join for the concluding valedictory session as scheduled. We now invite Mr. Suprabhat Basu sir, Registrar of RDRF, to deliver the valedictory address and formally conclude this FTP. Sir, please.
Thank you, Rahul sir, for inviting me for the valedictory speech. First of all, I sincerely apologize for the technical glitches which we have faced just few minutes ago. Our team is in touch with AICTE and Atal Academy, and we hope the best solution will come from our side. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. After 6 days of intellectual sessions, after hours of learning, listening, question answering, and yes, now the time has come for me to do what seems deceptively simple, but actually one of the hardest jobs, offering vote of thanks. So moving to gratitude, let us shower our thanks, not like drizzle, but like a monsoon of appreciation. First, thanks a ton to AICTE and Atal Academy, the masterminds, the visionaries, and the architect of this grand endeavor. Without your initiative, none of us would be here. You have not just provided you have provided us the green horizon itself, a horizon indebted for this gift. Next, our gratitude and thanks to our distinguished resource person. You are not the speakers, you are the magicians. Every day, you conjured new ideas, challenged our assumptions, and sprinkled knowledge like you made complex theories sound like bedtime stories, and simple stories sound like deep theories. First, we are grateful to Dr. Satyabrat Poddar sir, Associate Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Elite College of Engineering, India, for setting the tone with his foundational perspectives on green technologies. Next, thanks to Dr. Lakshman Mishra sir, Assistant Professor, High Tech Institute of Technology, whose technical depth and clarity added great value to our sessions. Moving forward, thanks to Satyajit Patnaik sir, Research Associate, Luleå University of Technology, Sweden, for broadening our global outlook on environmental and resource engineering. Thanks to Dr. Prashant Majumdar sir, India Institute of Science, Bengaluru, for his cutting-edge insight into interdisciplinary energy research. Next, Mr. Surojit Kumar Datto sir, Director, Datcon Consultant and Engineers Private Limited, and beautifully complemented academics sir, General Manager, Development Consultant Private Limited, whose session provided crucial insight into the sustainable project development. Thanks to Royston D. Casiluno sir, Manager R&D, Ola Electric Bengaluru, for his forwarding-looking discussion on green mobility and innovation in electric vehicle technologies. Thanks to Niva Rani ma'am, Assistant Professor, B.R. Ambedkar, NIT Jalandhar, for our expert discourse on green energy integration into power system. Special thanks to P.K. Sen sir, ex-executive director at Tata Steel, whose rich industry experience helped connect traditional industry with sustainable practices. Thanks to Dr. M.K. Loganathan, sir, Chief Reliability Consultant at Crimson Energy Expert Private Limited, for his highly informative session on energy reliability and optimization. Professor at NIT Meghalaya for his depth contribution to green electrical system and technologies. Special thanks to Professor Dr. S.S. Saha, sir, from Kullani Government Engineering College, whose session academics insight help us to explore pedagogical. And finally, Dr. Ernest Majumdar, sir, Research Associate, University of Cagliari, Italy, for connecting structural engineering and environmental sustainability in a global research. Thank you all the sir and madam for your time out of your busy schedule to support this initiative and enrich our knowledge. Next, to our trustee members and college management, your support is not just an institutional but an inspirational. Without your blessings and branches, the innovation could not be spread so wide. Special thanks to principal sir, our dean academic sir, our dean researchers, research sir. Thank you for being navigator of the ship. While storm of uncertainty rage outside the education sector, you hold the compass steady, making sure that we shall thank you for your quiet but steady leadership. Without you, the music of this FDP would have been offbeat. The faculty members, thank you for your energy, patience, and creativity behind every smooth session, every digital resources, every link that worked. There was a faculty member burning the midnight oil in digital FDP. The classroom will vanish, but the commitment remains solid as ever. Thanks to the technical and administrative staff, you are the Wi-Fi of this program, invisible, silent, but if you vanish, chaos follows instantly. Every stable connection, every smooth transition, every glitch solved with your handiwork. With you, our green horizon would have been a green horizon. Otherwise, it would have been a gray error screen. A very, very special thanks to the participant across the nation. Thank you for bringing in your energy, your curiosity, and your warmth. Some of you attended session from different places, some from offices, some from homes where the family members and the children peeped in, but still you have attended and reminded us that learning is inevitable. And also reminded that learning is truly borderless. You turn this FDP into a national classroom where accent may be different, but the hunger to learn was universal. And finally, to the organizing committee, rather say the warriors. You are the stagehand, yet without you, the curtains would not rise, the would come. You handled the scene just few minutes ago when there was a terrible problem with the server and the technical glitches. You gave your best and gave this FDP its backbone. For you, the words thank you feel too small. You deserve a standing ovation. And now allow me to give one disclaimer. If by chance anyone specifically, please accept this as a special thank you. This thank you is brighter than all the rest, still light up in the night sky. Dear colleague, let us not forget, we have served infinite Can you hear me like the students after the semester? I extend my heartful thanks to each one of you.
Thank you, sir. So we officially close the 6 days Atal. Thank you, sir, for the validatory session. Thank you all. Thank you. We are closed.
When we get the results? Hello?
Yes. Yes, sir.
When we get the results?
Sir, the marks, if you have submitted through the Atal portal, the marks you can directly see through the test marks option. And if you have submitted through the Google form, let us kindly give us some time to update the marks in the portal.
Yeah, in the Atal portal, it is not, it is hanging. I think submission I have done or not, I submitted the Google form to you.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No issue, sir.
Okay, thank you. And the program is very nice, sir. Very wonderfully
Thank you, sir.
organized. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Kindly fill the feedback form both in the Atal and the Google form.
I filled the feedback. Convey my regards to your principal, Sudeep Basak. Okay. We are from Visakhapatnam. We joined all.
Okay, sir.
According to his word. Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, everyone.